Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Top of the morning, traders. Happy Friday, January 9th. Welcome to the most value packed live trading show where we live trade, break down charts, cover impact events, and talk trader mindset. Happy Free Trade Friday. This is Free Trade Friday today on YouTube. Make sure to go to the free tier Discord. The link to the Google Meet should be available. Big thing today is we have a red folder catalyst in pre-market. We did pump to the upside. We're pulling back the downside. And then now we have a red folder catalyst at 10 a.m. as well. So we're opening things up right now. Good morning, good morning, good morning. And we're opening up right at that daily upside breaker. Right at that daily upside breaker, prior day's highs. We're opening up right there. So let the market digest the data. You guys know the protocols. It is ramp down Friday. All right, so ease your way into the weekend. And the first week of January will officially be in the books. First week of January will officially be in the books. So right out the gate, let's take a look here real quick. Right out the gate, IW continues to push. IW to make those all-time highs. The Dow continues to push. And, of course, the Qs are dumping here. Qs are dumping. And Qs are dumping. SPY. Let me do this. SPY is opening up right there. Let this 1 minute candle close. And then we got a nice BOG, TOG situation going. Okay. BOG, TOG. Daily upside breaker. Anyone take that daily upside breaker bounce? That's your area to get involved. 690.65 is that daily open. Okay, 690.65 is that daily open. Let's see if we can continue to push. At least. Okay. G50 is right here. Okay, we're good to go. We are good to go. 5 minute OR rummy on the clock. 5 minute OR rummy on the clock. So IW right out the gate. Okay. It's flying out the gate. Right out the gate, it's flying. So what's happening is the opening drive on the Qs every morning has been weak. IW out the gate. IW is above 260. IW is above 260. And we're at that POC right there. 5 minute OR rummy is on the clock first. Daily open 690.65. IWM new all-time highs, guys. IWM new all-time highs. We have that 690 and that G50 right here. Okay. Primary thing on SPY, of course, is this support that's coming into. That support is coming into. If it continues to accelerate, that 690, 165 is there. We know what kind of relationship we have with 690. We know what kind of relationship we have with 690. All right, that 690 coincides beautifully with that D50. Okay, that G50, okay? The more separation we create from that daily upside breaker, 690.61, the more interesting it becomes. Five minute OR rummy on the clock in a few minutes. Right, those are the only traders that are looking to get involved. 5 minute OR rummy, and the ones who are trading before 10 o'clock are the only traders looking to get involved. Okay, that's the only ones. Nice bounce off that daily upside breaker. Qs are starting to course correct off PML. All right. I'll go back to my white chart here in just in a second. I know a lot of you like that chart. I like that chart as well. I try to be as present as I can. New countertop, new sink installation. So wearing lots of hats. Oh, you're installing it yourself? That's amazing. Outclose gone. Not yet. Let's take a look at MU. MU, nice bounce off PML. Nice bounce off PML. So as far as game plan chart is concerned, that's what it's looking like. Game plan chart is concerned, that's what it's looking like. 5-minute orb army. A couple of seconds here. Okay. So that's the key level, key zone here. Key zone there. Okay, there goes a 5-minute orb army. Interestingly enough, the VIX is headed to the north side. North side on the VIX. See if we can reclaim that VWAP. 691.60 is awaiting us up there. So daily upside breaker. First interaction with that daily upside breaker. So bulls are coming in and picking it up there. Bulls are coming in and picking it up. IW is testing that PMH. IW testing that PMH. IW PMH test. It's a sole PMH test just on its own, just a sole level. If VWAP can continue, that'd be great. If VWAP can kind of trail under it, that'd be two areas. I'm looking at IW on a side screen. Okay, so there we go. So we do have this level up here. That's a yearly upside breaker. Yearly upside breaker. So right out the gate, we're starting to see a nice gap. We gapped up nicely. All right, but in the pre-market action, we pumped to the upside all the way to 692.50. We started to drop, but now we're continuing to pump, but we have a barrier up at that 691.66. Okay, 691.66. And if you can see, the VIX and SPY are going in the same direction. So when I say sometimes the instruments kind of are off, right, that's what I mean by, right, they're moving in the same direction. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Make sure to subscribe. Sure to subscribe. Good morning. Good morning. If you're just joining us for the first time, let us know where you're joining from. There goes that break. So 5-minute orb army is getting compensated this morning. Fueled off of that daily upside breaker. Okay, fueled off of this daily upside breaker leads us right to that orb break back above VWAP. My goodness. So they just dumped this to pump it. Dump to pump type of scenario. So, wow. Anyone take that? If you did, congratulations. Congratulations. Either the bounce off 690.60 or the break of 691.12. Same thing with IW. IW continues to push. Same thing with IW. IW continues to push. Question for today. Very simple, very straightforward. Make sure to answer, does SPY make all-time highs today? So as long as the market is open, does SPY make all-time highs today? Yes and no are the options. Does it make all-time highs? Yes or no? We're still within pre-market high, pre-market low. PMH is 692.50. 25%. Beautiful job. Oh, yeah, it's okay. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful job. Now I got you, Artem. Okay, yes, but only. Okay, close it. 30% MU. Okay. Good, good, good. So this is, so what they did is they pumped it, again, in the pre-market, dumped it off the open. And who's still bullish? Right? Just imagine the psychology, the game they're playing. It comes into this territory, that key level, dead upside breaker continues to push. And now the only level that we can really use, right, is this 691.66. 691.66 is the only level. And now the new all-time high is 693.96. So between us, between where price is and where we are, there's just one level left, one significant level. All right, so one level away. So 10 o'clock, 20 minutes away. Orb Army, 15-minute Orb Army's on the clock. Coming up here. Look at IW, guys. IW is gone. Retest, view up, lines up. Boom, shoots out of a rocket. Shoots out of a rocket. Shot out of a rocket. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. Boot camp, less than 24 hours away. Boot camp, less than 24 hours away. If you want to join the boot camp, guys, make sure to join. Today's the last day to join. Okay. Today is the last day to join. Free Trade Friday. If you want access to the delay-free, ad-free stream, jump in the free tier Discord. That link will be there for Free Trade Friday. Okay. That link would be there for Free Trade Friday. Join in the free chat. All right. That's available there. You need to join the free tier Discord to access that, so you get a preview of what you have access to every single day. So we're trading above that VWAP, above that 691.66. IWM at the gate is on fire. Anyone grab IWM? So IWM is the only one that's above, IWM Inspire, the only one's above PMH. Seeing a little bit of resistance up here. If we do drop, I like how buyer stepped up here. So opportunities, two opportunities those I can see back the upside are here in this zone. Right during first shift. Can I take it up, bounce off of here as long as it holds? You can, but it's a little too high for me, especially with those zeros. If you just allocate your risk, manage your risk, you can try to play into this break. If you're looking to play that potential flag break, right? If you have your entry near support, that gives you a great position, best position, so you're in before the break. I want to see if you can drop a little lower before it continues, because the only runway we have now is basically back to 693.09, 693.87, and then the all-time highs right here. The new all-time high. Okay. So they compensated the bulls right out the gate. Compensated the bulls right out the gate. $15-minute orb. I mean 1 minute. 1 minute left for the 15-minute orb. So 5-minute orb already got compensated. Let's kind of fade that there. Compound situation to the downside. Now 15-minute orb army. Your time to shine is up here. Okay. Time to shine is up there. Time to shine is up there. So 100% of the chat thinks we're going to make all-time highs today. 100% of the chat on YouTube thinks we're going to make all-time highs today. Coming back at those highs. If we can have more fuel off of VWAP, continue to push, I can be there for the reclaim. I can be there for a reclaim for a potential run at this resistance. All right, but if it continues to sell off, I'll let it sell off. Okay, I'll let it sell off. I'll let it sell off there. So we saw a pump in pre-market, dump before the open, pump off the cash open, and then now we're starting to potentially push back the downside. If this can go hammer on the 5, that'd be great. I want to see if I have enough fuel off of this here. Notice something. What do you guys notice about the contracts? What do you guys notice about the IV? Did you see that spike in the IV? IV's at 24. So IV, past this week, excluding today, has been trading in the teens. All right, even got into single digits, high single digits, between 9 and 15. So now IV is at 24. So if you're waiting for that 5-minute combo, 2 down, 2 up off that VWAP, continue to push. Keep a close eye on these highs here for potential reclaim of that 691.66. VIX accelerating. Let's see if it wants to dip into this M1/5, possibly. Wants to dip its toes into this M1/5. Okay. See if I can get a nice combo on the 1. So what we're betting on here is the VWAP to hold. Buyers step up off of VWAP. Price action combination. Okay, slightly a little early. Right, there's no real level there. Right, but what I'm trying to really play is a reclaim of this level. So I like to keep the ideas as close as possible to those levels. So this would be a reclaim. Position myself for that reclaim. That 5-minute turns into hammer. That'd be beautiful. 5-minute hammer would be beautiful. IW just fell off a cliff right there. Sliced right through PMH. Okay. That thing might have took off. See if you can come in a little bit. Couple of seconds. If you took that, see if you get a hold above 691.66. If it starts to pull back a little bit, I'll be there for it. 13 minutes away from the data. See if you can pull back just a little bit. Okay, I'll take the calls right there. I can take the calls right there on that continuation. So I'm in the calls. So my risk would be these candles lows. Might have been a little late entry. Starting to pull back here. Okay, down 10. If that can't hold, I got to cut it. Okay, I'm going to cut it right there. Okay, I cut it right there for 12. So it turned out to be a nasty reject. So I got out of there as soon as possible. I want to see if there's some volatility behind it. I'll stop that at 12. All right, I stopped that at 12, and it turned out to be a trap. So first trade. Man, that didn't even last a second in there. Right. So the idea is to get that reclaim. Ideally, if this is your entry, you do better. My entry was up here to see if there's a continuation. Give me a second. Don't like the watermark. There we go. Okay. So we're back to ground zero. End up bouncing off that level. So a little impatient here. See if there's some follow through off of that. 1 minute away. 1 minute away from 11 minutes away from the data. Not 1 minute. 11 minutes away. 11 minutes away from the data. So I'll continue to monitor this interaction. So we're still in that range, that 15-minute range. 15-minute candle still inside. If you're waiting, continue to wait. Continue to wait. That trade probably lasted 30 seconds. Not even. Yes, under a minute. Under a minute. Under a minute. IWM pulling back. IWM was the first to lead and now starting to bleed. The Dow pulling back as well. The Q's looking to sitting right at that VWAP. Q sitting right at that VWAP. They did bounce nicely off that PML. And they're back within that range. VIX is accelerating, guys. VIX is at that 1561. 1561. 1561 on the VIX. And with the IV being a little higher, contracts are going to have a little juice behind them. So they're going to really move, right? So they're changing the pace. They're changing the pace of the movement, right, on the very last day of the week. Last day of the week, they're changing the pace. Let's get the likes up on YouTube. Make sure to smash the like button. Okay, smash the like button on YouTube. Let's check in with the chat. Good morning, team. We have some time before 10 a.m. When you say size down, is that because it's a red catalyst? No, it's just for psychology for the end of the week. Right. Typically, by the end of the week, you're mentally you're tired. Your mental capital is low. You've been taking a lot of trades. Your decision making can slightly be impaired. Right. It's just to protect the profits you made during the week, or to minimize the damage you've done during the week. I see here people talk about number of contracts and positions. Is it better to scale up with number of contracts or total amount bought? 5 contracts, 60 cents. Okay, so all right, let me read that again. Is it better to scale up with the number of contracts or total amount bought, dollar amount? Example, 5 contracts, 60 cents each. Is not the same as 5 contracts at 170. So if you use further dated contracts, you can scale up doing that as well. Right? You can scale up by having the same quantity of contracts, but going further dated, buying yourself more time. All right. So if you have a larger account, you can buy more time. So you're using the same size, but you're just buying further dated contracts, because those further dated contracts, you're paying for that time. Yeah, this was a rush setup on my end. I got to be patient for this here. Right. Let me know if that answers your question. Rare trade off the open for me. IWM call. We'll take profit and hold. Friday takes your money like Debo from Friday. 100%. All out 15%. Beautiful. Ready, waiting. Expensive. DC, what is your entry trigger? MU hit. Man, this was the bounce. See, this happens sometimes from time to time. Low, you get distracted by this, but you miss the intended trade. -23 on spot call, only $6. Put still going, reloaded. Okay, I use 5 contracts now, 2 for Ripple. Yeah, that's a very smart thinking. Anyone a little more patient than I was, take the bounce here. If you did, great job. Now we're 6 minutes away from 10 o'clock. So 6 minutes away from 10 o'clock. 6 minutes away. So do we pump or do we dump? What are we thinking? Regardless of the data, how does the market react? Does the market go higher? Does the market go lower? Do we break the support, sell off, or do we finally break out and we have fuel behind this move? And this sends us running to so this is going to be this is right there. I'm positioned for both. I see nothing happening. Oh, you're in a straddle strangle type of position, Sancho. Straddle strangle type of situation. We'll do a giveaway for the boot camp today, guys. So again, let's get the likes up. We'll do the giveaway for the boot camp. Let's get the likes up. I did take one trade. Tried to see if I can get a nice little push. My ideal entry is here. It was kind of late to the party. Entry up there. One little candle to the downside. Stopped out. All right. Could I have extended the stop and waited for it to come to this level? Yes, but that would be a different idea. This idea and this idea are two different ideas. Okay. That idea and that idea are two different ideas. IV helping my puts, even though SPY goes up. Yep, a lot of IV today. IV basically doubled. Okay, so IV doubled. So in the chat, why did IV double? What's the why behind IV doubling? Right. So IV didn't double anytime this week. We were low IV. All of a sudden, we just doubled. So on paper, if you're trading the underlying, it looks like there's no difference, but there is. If you look at the ATR is expanding. IV increases. Okay. The Y. Probably waiting 10 a.m. SoFi, please. Can't see the ticker though. News, thank you. Camera's on. Yeah, Google Meets. If you want to be on camera, it's up to you. If you don't, it's up to you as well. But I think by default, when you do log in, you're right, Kevin, it opens the cam up. Puts in the puts, your position. Today's a day to sell cons if you're level 3. All right, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Pop or drop. All right. Pop or drop. It's at a standstill here. Can go either way, right? It's very difficult to. It's either if you're playing the red followed catalyst, it's either you're in or you're in already, but it's very difficult to make a decision here. It's literally at the center. See if it pops or drops. Pop or drop. Crude is flying, guys. Crude is at 59.22. Crude is taking off. Gold is looking to take off. A lot of things going on. VIX is sitting right at that zone. VIX sitting right at that zone. All right. A few seconds left. Few seconds left. Few seconds left here. Few seconds left. Okay. 30 seconds left, and we're going to get the data. 30 seconds left, we're going to get the data. Could go either way, right? Could go either way. Let's jump over to the game plan chart real quick, okay? This gives us a better picture. Game plan chart real quick. This gives us a better picture. All right. Waiting and watching. Good, good, good. 4, 3, 2, and let's see. All right, you can see how we're tightening. All right. Okay. So we're starting to go. Starting to go here. Fueled off of what? This right here. See if there's some follow through behind it. See if there's some follow through behind it. So the data, speaking of the data, wow, what a trap. Right, you see the dangers. Red folder catalyst. It's just anything can happen, right? There's no real rhyme and reason. It has reactions off the levels, but it can go either way. Okay, so now we can see this is consumer sentiment, 10 o'clock. Previous reading 59, 52.9, 53, 54. So sentiment is higher. Okay, sentiment is higher, which is good. Sentiment is increasing, positive sentiment. Higher meaning positive, lower meaning negative. Of course, we have the inflation, 4.2 came in line. And that's all qualitative data. Okay, that's all qualitative data provided by the University of Michigan. Okay, it's survey-based. The market still reacts to it, but it's survey-based. Survey-based. I could have done a better job just waiting for it to drop and then taking this bounce. All right. But still have to manage risk. This break here, guys, this break here is compound. What I mean by that, it's the 15, the 5 plus the 15. Okay, it's 2. There's 2. If it does break below that 690.46, we have the infamous 690. Yesterday, we had many interactions with 690, if you recall. We had many interactions with 690. Long history with 690 yesterday. Expected price move should be on the chart, yes. 693.57. Expected upside move. And expected downside move, 685.45. So the expected move is based on the prior day's activity, along with options. So if we happen to gap up before the option markets open, then I don't put on the chart. But if we're still within it, I'll be there. It will be posted there. All right, so that's of course posted in the game plan. Okay, right here. So you can see this morning, if you go to the pre-market prep, expected upside move, expected downside move. Right, don't get caught up in all this back and forth, guys. I gave it one shot. Right. Stopped out. But which way are we going? We're going horizontally. We might have to go to everything's starting to sell off here. Absolutely. So you see why on Fridays it's good to size down or not trade at all. All right. 100%. Nothing burger, and then they'll burn the premium. Yeah, the market loves to do that, right? They love to let you get a win. After you get a win, get your confidence up, take back what you want, and take back a little more. Apple is out of here. Apple, okay, nice little bounce on Apple. So this bounce, right, we're still trending to the downside on Apple. So we traded this same setup, if you recall, I believe it was last week on Apple. Retrace, reject. All right, same setup is available. Okay, so it dumped. So see if there's a second leg to the move. The reclaim, of course, get back above VWAP. That can potentially situate itself, okay? Now we're starting to get that break, that compound break. Orb army's in. Orb army's in. Ripple army's in here. This is for the Ripple folks. Just pay attention to this territory here. You want a decisive push below it. No new buyers engaging there. So both the moves are taking place relatively based off those two key levels. Based off those two key levels, that's where the moves are taking place. Based off those two key levels, that's where the moves are taking place. Now, can we hold? That's a question. On the 5, or do we go hammer, trap everyone, and drag them back the upside? So far, looking good. There we go. If we can get below 690, this thing can start to go. Right, it's already went. It's already in the green. If you can get below 690, you can start to really rock and roll. What a push. Nice push to the downside. IWM falling, was flirting with the orb. So beautiful break here. Once it broke below that daily upside breaker. So now, can it continue lower? That gap fill is right here. BOG's right there. It's on the verge of filling that gap. This thing has already went on that 5. This thing has already went close to 70 cents. Okay, so that's a good decent runway here. From here to here, that's a good runway. Okay, now if you can get that second push, once it clears this area, this is the second runway. Okay. So if we do get that bounce, if buyers do decide to step in, right, that retrace reject opens up. Retrace reject or that reclaim. Lots of selling pressure here. How are we doing, Orb Army? If you caught that, good job. Good. There we go. Beautiful job, 20%. Holding runner. Look at that. Look at that, all the way to PML. So the entire market is dumping here, guys. That was the move. What a dump. So it popped, broke the support, then dropped. All right, so whatever you do, try not to chase. Okay, try not to chase. Look for a healthy entry. Okay, Apple also crumbling there. So this territory here is pre-market low. So no response. I'm surprised there's no response off this territory. Right, no response there. That takes us to that opens up the door for that drop at 68920. Okay. So now we're in another key zone. Can we violate two key zones with no response. If we can do that, that tells us there's a lot of selling pressure. A lot of selling pressure. A lot of selling pressure here. Okay, that 5 minute is continuing to the downside. If we go to this real quick, look what's happening, guys. Okay, we're coming into this bounce zone. Okay, we're coming into the bounce zone, the early stage of that bounce zone. So this would be a reversal type of setup. Reversal type of setup. If you're looking for a retrace reject, you have your eyes here and you have your eyes up there. Okay. It did bounce here off this key zone. So you can see the two different responses off the key zone. This one, no buyers. Drops a little lower, buyers step in. IV starting to drop a little bit here. IV's back below 20. IV's back below 20. What a bounce. So it paid the orb army, okay, paid them. And if you're not taking profit, it starts to go the other way. So now, see if you get a retrace, reject, or a reclaim, push back the upside, right off that bounce zone. On the 5 minute, no entry trigger yet. This is only available to the 1 minute. Okay, it's going to come down to 690. It's going to come down to 690. That 15 minute still looks very bearish. So we have not shifted the 5 minute yet. If we can break below these lows, retrace, reject. Break below these lows, retrace, reject. No break below those lows, it continues to go. You see how quickly you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes to take profit. 5 minutes. All right, so 5 minutes, it gives you a double digit gain opportunity. Now it's back above 690. Just like that. Just like that. 90% SPY puts for turbo. Good job taking profits, guys. That's what you need to do. Almost no drawdown. What a drop. Gap close. Now look at that, guys. How quickly. Almost like it never happened. Okay. It's almost like it never happened. All right. This is the kind of markets we're navigating through. If you see your opportunity, you need to get out. Or you need to take profits. Okay. Because this can be 30, 40, 50. One of our team members got 90 out of it. But if he just decided to say, hey, let me try to see if I can get 100, 200, 150, that 90, literally you blink 5 times, you're in red. You step away from your desk, you're in the red. So this bounce was it from this morning. Right off of our bounce zone. All right, so the market's going to pay you, but you have to accept it. It's going to pay. So if I was in this position, my protocol would be from here to here, majority. See if I can get that close below here, and start babysitting runners into here. Right. So with a majority, I wouldn't even be in the fact that I wouldn't be in the position past this point, because this is just extra. Okay. Well, tremendous job navigating, guys. Good, good, good. And now this thing is back to the other side. So on the 5 minute, this thing reversed. So if you trade this is a compound orb. So if you trade the orb, from here to here, that's 48 cents in total, a dollar and some change. And no retest, no retrace reject, no retrace reject, no retrace, just boom, blast past it. Okay. So I just basically went all the way there, all the way here. Buyers are stepping in full force. Reclaim this. Now phase 3 is basically from here to here. %. TP and out of there. Good, good, good. Beautiful job. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, so you can use the key levels as targets. Key zones as targets. And if you look at the VIX, VIX just completely collapsed. VIX completely collapsed. Anyone take any calls? If you took calls off that key zone, all right, you're probably the biggest winner of the day. Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Let's get the likes up on YouTube. We got 45 people on the check-in. If you're a first-time viewer, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Let us know where you're joining from. Let us know if you took any calls, if you took any puts. You're tuning into our live trading program, Live Trading Spy. I did take one trade here, got stopped out. Little early on the trigger. Okay, the 3 areas where we're paying attention to closely coming into the day was here, and was here. Okay, so we can adjust this like this. Okay, look at that. So they dropped this thing just to pump it, just to get it at a lower price. Now, it looks like we potentially have more fuel. We have enough fuel to put up a legitimate test of these highs. A legitimate test. Inverse head and shoulder possibly brewing. Okay. Right shoulder window in this area. If you see it, you see it. Okay. Okay, I'm waiting to see what the hourly candle does on IWM. Right now, it's undecided. Good, good, good. Always use the hourly candle, guys, to guide you. You caught that bounce, Jake. Great job, Jake. Entry was not as bad as you make it sound, George. There was view up at support. No, the reason I do like the entry. Once I'm in a trade, all I can do is just once you're in a trade, all you can do is just manage a trade. Right. Right. I like to have my entry close to the key level. Right. So in this case, right, it's kind of in the middle. All right. So if I had a better entry, maybe, but that's. Once you're in the trade, guys, once you click the button, once you're in, okay, you just have to live with the results. Just let the probabilities play out. All you can do is manage. All right, so either green, break even, small red. Those are the 3 possible outcomes you want to aim for. All right, so green, small green, preferably big green, break even, small red. All right. So this level, It's from the pre-market. This level is from the pre-market. During the pre-market prep. 1 put, 1 call, 2 green. 100% 5 of 5 on the week. Look at that. 100% win rate on the week for Hero. Off to a great start. It's amazing. Okay, it's amazing. So it's doable, guys. It is doable. All right. If you lock in, it's doable. And Hero joined our team not too long ago. All right. So tremendous job, Hero. Tremendous, tremendous job. Again, it's at a very interesting place. The risk reward favors the downside, favors the puts. Right? Calls are a little overextended. If you're looking to get the calls, you're trying to build a thesis on we have more room to the upside. One orb trade today with 5 puts. Done for the week. Keep it green, 100%. Great job. If you're done, put done in the chat. If you're done, put done in the chat for the week. Okay, tremendous job, guys. If you just go back to the daily recap, look at the kind of action that they gave us. Yesterday, they didn't give us much. Okay, so the fact that, just go back. Whenever you have a chance, part of your prep, part of your review this, okay? I started including this into the fold. All right, so it gives us more details on what took place, but this is what they're giving us. They're not giving us a lot of opportunities on paper. But if you know how to find the opportunities, this is something. There's something here. So go back, put this in your review. Review this. It literally takes 5 minutes. You can spend 1 minute per day on each of these days, so you have a good idea of the kind of opportunities we're seeing, the ATR we're seeing, what happened during that day, and put that into your routine. Okay, this is where the bounce took place. So this morning we talked about how that is going to shift to, if you're watching the pre-market prep show, all right, if you're able to attend during this morning, we talked about how this was a test zone initially. The fact that we created separation away from it turned into a bounce zone. And then now we have enough fuel to go from this leg, and the final leg. Now the all-time highs, the door is open for all-time highs. That's that final leg. Man, FOMO is some serious FOMO here. We're here for a good time, not a long time. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you can argue this, if you're an orb trader, depending on how you traded it, you can either be green, you can either be red, get stopped out, or you can either be wiped out. So the market is giving the same thing. Okay? So it's giving, just to give you an example of the orb, how it depends on the trader. So 3 traders can take this trade. 3 traders can take this orb trade. 1 can be green. 1 can be break even or get stopped out, and 1 can get wiped out. So which one of those traders, those orb traders, is going to get wiped out? The one who doesn't take the profit and the one who doesn't respect stop loss. So which one, based off this opportunity, because it was there for a little bit, now it's no longer there. Which one of the 3 traders is going to walk away with the green? The one who took profit. Right? If you take the profit here, if you take the profit there. Because if you're not aware of this key zone, you want a little bit more. You're trying to get a penny more. Right? And trust me, guys, if you're green 50, 60, 70%, and that number starts going lower and lower and lower, it goes from 50, 60% green to minus 10, minus 5, minus 4, you'll freeze. You will literally freeze and you won't sell. Right? Okay, it's like a defense response. We break above those highs. Okay, those 15-minute highs. And we're closing in on 2,700 subs. We're 8 subs away from 2,700. We can get it done by today. Man, oh man, oh man, what a push. What a push. So we can get a 5-minute pullback. We're 4 minutes away from the conclusion of first shift. It's been a wild first shift. We went from no action to puts to bearish to bullish. We went from no action, bearish to bullish within an hour. So now look how close we are to all-time highs. Anyone babysitting all-time highs. So in this case, we'll look for a setup second shift. That second shift, first shift close out, and we'll look to take advantage of the next opportunity. Man, oh man, oh man. So we might even make all-time highs during first shift. We're not too far away. We are not too far away. We're above that PMH. We're above that PMH. So this would be the all-time high. Last potential entry into all-time highs. This would be the opportunity. Okay, I'll be there for that. See if we get a nice little pullback, at least a 5-minute pullback. If it rips into all-time highs, we just have to give a round of applause to all the participants who got involved here, here, here. All right. All-time high, 693.95. Once we get above that, guess what opens up, team? 695 is right there. This is all-time highs. This is all-time highs. We'll make this nice and green. If you're a wave rider on the one, has not come to the wave yet. Just explosion. Another ripple back the upside. So the ripples, all week, the ripples have been dicey. And then it goes. And that's the nature of the orb, right? Is basically you're just managing risk, getting stopped out, because one of the trades is going to go ballistic. First wave retest. I'll be here for that retest. That'll be my second idea. All right. Could have done a better job following the game plan. Today, could have done a better job following the game plan. That's the toughest part. The toughest part is just sticking to the plan. Now it's officially second shift in about 30 seconds. What happened in first shift stays in first shift. If you're agreeing in first shift, let us know. Tremendous job on navigating. A few opportunities there. The puts, the calls, both sides. Did get compensated. First shift took one trade, stopped out. I saw 1/3 on the way up. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. 3 trades, 2 red, 1 green, 50%. That covers the red. All out 45%. Amazing, amazing, amazing. All right, retest. Okay, see if we get a nice little bounce off that territory. Okay, come in, come in, come in. Come into that zone. So again, this is no surprise. This is buying high in pursuit of ATH. Okay. Was that it? Did come and tap it slightly. IW is holding that PMH. Qs are above PMH. So IW made all-time highs. The Dow has made all-time highs. Qs have not made all-time highs yet. So nice test of that first wave. Okay, see if you can accumulate a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Right, just one little drop. Okay. But it did come and tap it. Tapped it very, very quickly. So if you use the waves, if you know how to use the waves, okay, that's first wave entry, second wave risk. We got first shift highs up here, so new shift. So first shift is in the books. Back-to-back red roller catalyst. In the pre-market, we pumped, we dumped. Once we opened up, we gapped up, we pumped, we chopped around, we dumped, we pumped, fill that gap. So it's been an action-packed, super action-packed day. Super action-packed day. VIX is in 915. All right, the closer we get to this territory, the trappier it becomes. Okay, that 15 on the VIX will be critical. So it's almost like you have to be in position already. Okay, you have to be in position already. You have to be in position already. So the last dip was right here into that wave. For that break. The 5 continues. The 5 continues. Look at this. Look at that. Okay, look at that, look at that, look at that. Take a look at that. Q's above PMH. Dow above PMH. IWM at PMH. So what I'm looking for is a very shallow retest of this area here. Okay, that's essentially it. Shallow retest of that area there. So if we take a look at this, this is a key zone. When 2 levels converge, key zone is very important for you guys to understand this thinking. Okay. The shallow opportunity is right here. It dipped here and it continues to go. Let me take this off. Okay. All-time high 693.96. 693.96. $693.96. What's really fueling us here is the Qs. The run we saw in the Qs is what's really fueling us. Okay, so it did grab those highs. Right. So for that trap. Right, so in this case, since I'm leaning towards being a bull, I want this trap to lead us into this zone down here. Right, so I want that trap to lead us into that territory. I'm welcoming the trap to lead us into that territory. Came in and grabbed first shift highs. Got a new 5-minute candle. The Dow is starting to look a little flaggy there. Downward compression. IW starting to wake up. IW needs to get above 260.40. 260.40. So what's leading the way on the individual name front? On the individual names, Broadcom up 3%. Tesla up 1%. Robinhood up 1%. I got a message in the Google Meets. Apple, nice recovery. Beautiful job. So you can see Apple initially rejected off that zone and then went parabolic when the market pushed, came back, retested that same zone, and then now it's below that PML. It's right at the PML. So great pickup, Jake. I believe that was Jake in the chat. Yep. He called it at 10:04. 10:04. Came right into that squiggly line there. Is that your VWAP? Right there, that squiggly one right there, Hero. What level is that? Beautiful job, Elion. Okay. Starting to come in. So the trap is set. All right, so this is the counter trend trade. Getting the puts off that trap. So you want to allow that trap to let us dip into this territory here. If the market does fall off a cliff, Apple's on watch for that support break. Apple's on watch for that support break. But what a move. Okay, so first shift highs are taken out. All-time highs await us. IW already made all-time highs. Qs inside on that 5. So far on the hourly. This is the extended trading hours hourly. Look at the hourly candle. Extended trading hours. Look at the hourly candles across the board. Okay, you see those hourly candles? The one that's losing a little bit of that strength is the Dow. And the one that's looking to go 3 up is IW in the next 20 minutes. So when the top of the candle comes in, top of the candle at 11 o'clock, we have a new hourly candle coming in. These candles will all reset, and we have a new candle from 11 to 12. So on this prior hour, the Qs are strong. The Dow, see if the Dow can get back about 494.53. And IW is also looking to starting to look bullish there. So see if we can get this shallow drop into that territory. Okay, come in, come in, come in. I want a price action combo on the one. Price action combo on the one. If you're just joining us on YouTube, make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. Like the video. Yellow 5-day. Got my puts. Oh, 5-day. 5-day anchored VWAP. Daily SMA 5. Okay. So what is that? The 5-day anchor VWAP. Okay, let's see if we get a reaction out of there. Reaction out of there. They're paying the bears here for the trap. The trap is set. They're playing the trap. See if you get a wick back the upside in that territory. Price action combo back the upside. Back to the upside. Reclaim is 692.51. Reclaim is 692.51. Okay, this is what it looks like. You can see, same thing. Comes right into that territory. So this was a beautiful trap. Let that 1 minute candle close. See some buyers step in. Buyers, where are you buyers? Where are you buyers? So no signs of buyers quite yet. That was a nice trap. First shift grab. Nice push to the downside. VIX bounce off 15. I'll be there for the reclaim. Reclaim of 692.25. It continues to sell off. Just got to let it sell off. Okay, just got to let it sell off. One waves are still waving. They're about to get compromised. See if we go hammer and reclaim. If we can do that, that'd be great. If not, it looks like this thing wants to go back to 691.65. So the Qs fell to hold that PMH. Qs fail to hold that PMH. No signs of buyers on the 1. No signs of buyers on the 5. No signs of buyers anywhere. Okay, see if you get a reclaim with that high. If we do, I'll take that candle's lows as my risk. Want a decisive reclaim. Candle closure required. Candle closure required. 1 minute left on this 5-minute candle. 1 minute left. So you see how it pumped and dumped? There's still a lot of selling left. Still some selling left. If anyone took the puts off the trap, that should be up 60 to 80%. One red. Pressed the wrong button earlier. Wasted my contract. Yeah, sometimes that happens. 3DTE. Yeah, 3D, the further dated contracts, right? They're more expensive. They move a little slower, but the dollar amount will be larger. Right? Because just in the nature of the fact that they're more expensive. What a drop. So you guys can see textbook trap. And my goodness. Wow. We're at that 691.66. 691.66. So the boot camp is tomorrow, for those of you asking. Okay, we'll go over all that at 11 o'clock, 11:30. We're getting back to VWAP, 691.58. If we give up VWAP, this was just a trap, beautiful trap. They're playing an aggressive game. Look at that drop. All right, so I was looking to potentially go long in this territory here. Wanted to see a price action combination. Okay, so what I was trying to utilize this trap to see if it can lead us into this level. It turned out to drive us a little lower than that. Right, so no signs of buyers here. No signs. No signs. We're at this key level here, 691.66. Aligns with VWAP. Aligning with VWAP there. I got 10, 13% head of health runners to 64%. Beautiful job, Thesis. What a drop. But you guys understand how those drops take place. What I'm noticing this week is they're paying everyone in between, but they're really paying the ones who are taking the most amount of risk. Right? That's where the real payment is. The ones who are taking the most amount of risk. So what I mean is waiting on the edges. Like here. So in the face of that selling pressure. In the face of that buying pressure. Trust in the level. Right, the price action combos are there. Right? Price action combos are there. So the Apple fall off a cliff. Should fall off a cliff, Apple. There we go. See? All right, so now if Apple's falls below the zone, got a lower low, we continue to slide. Hold below VWAP, that'd be great. Okay, now let's see if that can turn into hammer. Okay, let's see if that SPY can turn into hammer on the 5 off VWAP. Off VWAP for potential reclaim. Let's wait 2 minutes here. Okay, VWAP aligns with this level, 691.66. No surprise. Can we get a reclaim? Do we have enough fuel to get that reclaim? Okay, alpha this move, this initial push. Okay, we haven't had a low, so we need a low. So this might be the higher low. That might be the higher low. So if you can see, we're bouncing. Is that the higher low? Is that the higher low? We got a high. You can use this high as well. That's the highest high. There you go. So for this to really fall off a cliff, 691.65 fail. Right, 691.65 fail. That lines it with VWAP. You see how that lines up? 1 minute waves are waving to the downside. They're signaling bearish. Early signal to the downside on the 1 minute wave. Okay. Jake, absolutely on the tear. So Jake, our YouTube member. Okay. He caught this. And he caught this. you're going to have to join our Discord, Jake. Jump in the Discord. There's a ton of resources for you in there. But tremendous job. Your tuition is paid. Eight subs away. We can do it, guys. 8 subs away, 2,700. We're closing in. We're closing in on 2,700 subs. Pivotal point. Pivotal point here. If we're going to start to push the upside, okay, we're going to need that breakdown here. All right, that breakdown on the VIX, right, it will help. We're not too reliant on it, but it will help our case for that continued push. It will help our case for a continued push. Let me clean up the chart a little bit. So this would be the 5-minute line of thinking. Break above that, 692.10. Calls. Break below 691.29. Push back the downside. The only thing really holding us back now is this. Reclaiming this level here. If we can reclaim that level, that'd be great. We did trigger the calls here. We did trigger that high, so as long as this doesn't go 3 down, turn into a red candle. We can see a push here. So we're just stuck right here. All right, so massive push, slight drop, consolidating in this territory for that next leg. Lower, or we continue to trend back the upside. Is this it? Do we collapse or do we recover? Is this a natural high or low? Or is this the beginning of us going back all the way into this territory down here? Is this just the beginning? Is that just the beginning? So no coincidence, view opposite right there. No coincidence. Okay. Looks like a potential breakdown incoming. Let's see. If you're using the 1-minute waves, you're looking for that continuation. That breakdown is brewing. Everything else is looking weak as well. You can take it all the way back to those candle highs. All right, so separation away from view up is necessary here. So we're kind of stalling in this territory, leaning towards a breakdown, flirting with a breakdown from a structural standpoint. If we get that breakdown, take it to the downside. Get that breakdown, take it to the downside. I'm looking at the 692 puts. If we get that breakdown. Right, in pursuit of these lows down here. In pursuit of first shift's lows. So we already took out those highs. So second best entry. So first leg, second leg type of thinking. See if you get one more pop to the upside. One more pop to the upside. I'll look to take it. Okay, 5 minutes starting to break down. One little pop to the upside. Okay, I'll take it right there. Take the puts right there. Okay, I'm in the puts here. Pursuing that 690.60. Stay below VWAP initially. No closes back above VWAP. Playing the breakdown continuation for that second leg. See if you get some room to the downside. If you did take this, manage accordingly. Manage accordingly if you did take this. We need to get past that 691.29. Our first obstacle is 691.29. VWAP reclaim, that's what we don't want to see. Okay. Let the dust clear here. Give it about 10 to 15%. See, I want that failure here. I want that failure of that reclaim. So I did see 6-7%. I wanted to see if I get some more follow through below it. Let the dust clear. Down 11. Getting close again, stopped out. Getting close. Okay, I want that candle to wick. If that candle can wick, great. If it gets back into this box, then it's going to continue to bounce around. I'm going to cut it right there. Cut right there for 18. So stopped out there for 18. Tried to see if I get that breakdown. No luck. So stopped out for 18. So back in this box. See if you can reclaim it back to downside. We can get back below it. Get a close below it. This 5 minute can start to fade. I'll get back in. I'll get back in. As long as it doesn't reclaim these highs. As long as it doesn't reclaim these highs. I'm okay with that. Right? I'm still leaning to the downside. If it reclaims this high up here, different story. Okay, so let's see if we can get that nice little drop. Back below 691.59. All right, today just kind of getting involved in the middle. Right, in the middle. Could go either way. Got to be on the edges. So stopped out here 18. Still like it to the downside. I'll re-engage. Want that close below 691.66. And those contracts are moving, guys. They're moving. They are moving. Keeping a close eye on that 5. See if those wicks can hold. These wicks up here on the 5 after going tweezer top-ish. Crude. Crude is starting to push. Crude is on a tear. Crude oil is on a tear. Let's check in on the chat. Okay, had taking calls with good sizing when momentum was good. Closed 8.9% portfolio, done for the day. Beautiful job. 3 trades, all green. Another 50-50. Yep. I think we're getting close to that 50% point. This might be the 50% point there. That might be the 50%. Let's get a quick measure. Let's get a quick measure and see. Yeah, right there. So that 50% point. Right, so we need that continued push. So again, it's just hanging out in this territory. So a lot of back and forth in this territory. If we can reclaim these highs, it's a decisive victor. I'll look to take. So what I'm looking to take advantage of here is the leg from here to here. This leg, okay, to that target, or this leg. That's what the pursuit is. All right, that's what the pursuit is. So the chat is split. 53% say yes, 53% say no, as far as all-time highs. As far as all-time highs, chat is split. Okay. Can we hold above those highs? Can we hold above those highs? Or are we going to continue to chop around? So 2 trades today, 2 stop outs. Both stop outs. Both entries a little early or a little late. A couple of more trades left. And then we'll look to wrap it up. It's still only 11 o'clock. Still 11 o'clock. Okay, see if we can create separation here from that box. If it continues to chop around this box, there's nothing for us to do. If you're just jumping in, make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe. If you have any chart requests, we'll do chart requests at 11:30, between 11:30 and 12. 50 likes is the threshold for the giveaway. Make sure you subscribe and help us get to 2,700 subs by the end of the day. Let's see if we can hit that threshold by the end of the day. So some beautiful opportunities today. If you just let the dust settle, if you're able to take advantage of those opportunities, or else it's just been managing risk. On my end, it's just been managing risk. 2 trades, 2 stop outs. If we go back to our key level chart, we can kind of see we're still relatively respecting this territory, right? We still haven't got that lower low, right? This low looks like an attempt of lower high, with this low being the most important low of the day. Okay, the 5 is starting to go. 5 is starting to go. Okay, now we got that break. Final break. So the initial idea of the bounce is going to turn into a reclaim. So if I can pull a little bit, I'll be there for it. Right off of that 691.99. Okay, I want to hold above these highs. Hold above these highs. If we can do that, then what that tells us is this all this back and forth was just the formation of this higher low. Higher low. All right, higher low. Higher low formation. So stay above it. I'll look to take it to the upside for that last push back up. Last push back up. As far as the Qs are back above the PMH. IWM still at that PMH, is trying to get above it, slightly above it now. The Dow is not anywhere near the PMH, still kind of in the middle. In the middle. Okay, see, get that nice little push to the downside, bounce to catch this last piece of this leg into these highs. Last piece. I like how the VIX is breaking down. Come back just a little lower, looking at the 692s. Calls. Come back one more time. Just a little drop. Okay. I want to just take off here if it goes 2-1. If it goes 2-1-2, back the upside. Might want to take off. Come a little lower. Come. Like how the VIX is breaking down. Needs to hold below 15. So this will be our third trade. My third trade of the day. Okay, I'll take it right there. Take it right there. Calls, back to the upside. All right. See if you get that nice little push. Want this level to be respected. I want this level to be respected. No close below here. Don't want us to get back into this box and play the same game. Okay, now create that separation for that nice little push back to the upside. Okay, if you did take this, manage accordingly, TP where you need to. It's up 8%. Last trade was up as well. Okay, so I can squeeze double out of this one. We are moving 61 cents, 81 cents. Okay, 81 cents per 5-minute candle. IV's a little high. IV's significantly higher. We're about 2x the regular IV. New 5-minute candle. This 5-minute candle breaks these highs, we'll get double digits. Breaks these highs, we get double digits. Did see 8. Okay. Need to get that double digits. Break above that 692.73. Good to go. No close below here. No close. That's the risk, right? So I don't want us to reset, get back to where we were, and start playing those games once again. We break above 692.73. Okay, then that leads us right into those highs. That last part of that move. Into ATH. Okay, up 14. Up 13, take a majority off right there at 13. Thank you very much. Okay. Down to runners. Want that breaker to hold. See if I can hold these runners into ATH. So in this case, same thing. So just because I take an 18% loss there, I kind of got out of control. I'm not looking to make back that 18. I'm looking to do what I do regularly. Up 17, 15, TP where you need to. All right, if we can get a hold above this level, okay, hold above this level, create separation away from it. This is the last path to ATH. Okay, that's the last path to ATH. We can babysit those calls. Stay above 692.50 on the 5 would be good to go. As I babysit, I'm babysitting duty here. Stay above 692.50. This is like if you break it down into 2 phases. This is it. Okay. Don't close back below pre-market low. Did see 17 on that nice little pop. So you can see, look at this, guys. Just this little pop. With the IV increase, those contracts are moving. They are moving. Right? So IV is a double-edged sword. Okay, it's a double-edged sword. Double-edged sword. So we need to get back above 692.73. See if these runners can start to run. 5 minutes still looks good. Go, go, go. Okay, go, go, go. Just create that separation. We don't want to hang out here. We want to continue to go. VIX stay below 15. Time to rock and roll. Okay. Time to rock and roll. Anyone take that? If you did, great job. If you did, great job. Up 20. There you go. Okay. Take some more off right there. At 20. Thank you very much. Okay, now I want this to be the no close. NC would be here. That last leg is ATH. Take this off. Okay. Last leg is ATH. ATH 693.95. Up 30. There we go, guys. That's how we do it. Okay. 34. TP where you need to. All right. That's 34 plus %. initially coming into it, we're going to have maybe a little bit of pushback off the sell block, right? So be on the lookout for a double top. And we can clear that, that'd be great, but this is with profit. Okay, this is with profit. So my NC's here, no close below here. Just be aware of this area if you're long. Okay, just be aware of that area. So the line of thinking from earlier, remember we were looking to take the bounce, we just played the reclaim. And this area kind of just got a little distracted, a little preoccupied, tried to make something out of, tried to see if I can get another setup, which is that breakdown, but just manage risk, get stopped out. Okay. This kind of this candle was a massive push to the upside, but still not losing sight of the big picture, which is that bigger idea, which is the break above this level. Right. So great job on not taking the calls here, waiting. Okay, potentially entertaining the drop, invalidated, and reestablishing once it's reestablished, reverting to the original idea, which became validated. Okay. So just imagine all of the ideas provided, guys. Right, the trap there, the bounce there. All right, so over the weekend, one thing I need to improve on my end is execution versus ideas. Making sure that I'm executing the best ideas, right? And being in position to capitalize while providing the ideas, capitalizing as well, right? So just being a little quicker. That's going to be critical. Up 36, but either way, even if you're managing risk, you still can be there for that opportunity. The market is abundant, filled with opportunities. Up 40%, filled with opportunities. Take some off right there at 40, and then I'll be down to 1. All right. So last runner, see if you can run all the way to all-time highs, as long as we don't close below here. Okay. As long as we don't close below there. See if we can get that continued push. If we close below here, then we'll part ways with the runner. This last one contract is up $34 per con. All right. So again, we can see some pushback in this territory. Okay, we can see some pushback. That's to be, we can anticipate that. It doesn't take, we know what's waiting for us there. We saw what kind of response we got here. So the danger is getting calls here is the trap. Getting calls here is the trap. You want to make sure you're positioned into the position. You want to make sure you're positioned into or in green going into resistance if you have the calls. Or else wait until resistance is broken. Okay? And then take it from there. All right? But our team did a phenomenal job today. Phenomenal job by the team. Let's take this to all-time highs. Okay? All-time highs. Anyone there with all-time highs? Babysitting to all-time highs? If you are, you got a comfortable seat. If you're in this seat, this kilo bounce, you got the best seat. All right, first class seat. First class, we got a business class seat. Okay. This was it. So this was the formation of that lower high. That higher low. Sorry, that higher low. Okay. All-time high. Let's go. Up 57. Power of one contract, guys. Power of one contract. Up 60. That's $70 per contract. All right. You can't miss these opportunities. And I'll argue this is not even the best opportunity of the day. There's just one that just presented itself. Up 67. All-time highs. We're going to get it to ATH. At least we can say we took it to ATH. Stay below 15 on the VIX would be great. The danger is getting calls here. Very dangerous. Very dangerous endeavor. Okay. My NC will be shifted to here. So we're building some ground off of this resistance. Now we want to stay above it. It's under pressure. Okay, so I don't want to close below here. Okay, we are 30 cents away. Can we make all-time highs right now in this run-up? Did we get an all-time high here before 11:30? Put in the chat. Did we get an all-time high here before 11:30? Okay, let's see. Okay. Have a great weekend, Hero. Anyone else logging off? Great job. Our first week in the books for our team. Tremendous job, guys. Hopefully you guys are making progress towards your goal. You're capitalizing off the resources. If you haven't signed up for the boot camp and you are in the Discord, sign up for the boot camp. It's going to help you. Okay. Always reinvest in yourself. Okay. Just like if you think of the ideas as dividend for being in the community, you got to be on the drip. Okay. You got to always reinvest in yourself to learn. All right. Let me see if I can get this push into ATH. This is runner territory. If you have the full position on, you're welcome to do whatever you like. But best practice is to put some money in your pocket. Okay. Starting to stall here. Let's check on our neighbors here. Okay, how does it look? How does the hourly look across the board? Okay. Hourly across the board, we're directional on all the indexes. We're going to try to pursue and make a high. Okay, we're seeking right now. What are we seeking? A higher high. So we got our higher low. This was just a formation. Okay, this was what price discovery, this was what price was going through to make that natural higher low. So this is the channel. We do have a tiny little flag on the 1. Okay, we do have resistance up here. So if you're looking to make an entry decision here on that flag at your own risk. Okay, we're already at 50 plus %. All right. $50 plus %. Okay. We close below here. I'll part ways. I'll take it for about 40 or 35%. Inside on the 5, no surprise. All-time highs before 11:30. Do we get it? Do we not? We shall see. We shall see. We shall see. Okay. That was a beautiful run up. What it's probably going to do is just chop, and then spike. Right. The VIX, on that note, VIX stay below 15 is favorable. Remember what we said, what we want to see, that breakdown? That played out. So stay below 15 will help. It's going to help the cause. It's not going to hurt the cause. It's going to help the cause. So this is a textbook resistance. See if you get that nice little push. We are 30 cents away. 30 cents away. ES is at $6.99.99. ES is at 699.99. ES 7,000. We hit 7,001. Okay. So let's see if ES can get back above 7,000. SPX 69.59, 69.60 will be that level. See if we get that break above 69.60. If you're in position, you're in position already. All right, so it's just a matter of babysitting your position, babysitting your runner, whichever end of the spectrum you're on. Okay, 5-minute candle inside. We break these highs, we continue. We break these lows, we might take a pause. 693.24. Imagine how edgy you would be taking a bull flag here. Right, so taking a bull flag without context is, you're going to be on edge. And literally can just go either way. All right, but identifying bull flags in a position you're in further support what you're looking for. I wouldn't be surprised if we do make a push into ATH, right? We spike into ATH, VIX gets back above 15, ATH trap. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised if they pull that maneuver. We are seeing a nice little spike on the VIX. We're so close to ATH. The Dow's out of here. The Dow's directional at the upside. IW is directional on the 5. It's just Q's and SPY are inside on the 5. Go, go, go. See if we can get one more run up. One more run up. Trigger that 693.54. There we go. Go, go, go. Boom. We continue. Bull flag continues. Downward compression continues. First target 693.65. After that, ATH. Okay. We don't have a lot of time to get there at this current juncture between now and 11:30. In the next 8 minutes, we're running out of time because the VIX is starting to spike. So we got to go now if we're going to make that push. Okay. Either way, my NC is here. If we close below here, all right, I'm part ways. All right, so we're just babysitting here. MU out of here. Always Fido. We're about to go 3 down here on the 5. If we can't hold those lows. That 5-minute candle is about at half-life. Half-life on that 5-minute candle. Still up 40%. So we went 3 down. As the VIX is spiking, we went 3 down here, right? Look, a lot of selling pressure here. Okay, so that's why I'm telling you it's very difficult to go long in this territory. Can it work? Yes, but you're fighting the odds. Rather than using the odds in your favor, you're fighting the odds. NC's right here. NC's right here. How we doing on YouTube, guys? If you want us to extend the stream, we got to get 70 likes. 70 likes is the threshold if you want us to go all day. It's been a long week. I've been trading Asian session as well. So sometimes that kind of leads me to be one or two steps behind. Right. But that's the nature, guys. That's the nature of trading. You got to love the game. You got to show up. Take advantage of the opportunities. And there's no real concern as long as you're managing risk if you have the setups. All right. If you have the setups, and how do you get the confidence behind your setups? Repetition. Reps. Okay. Hours. All right. That's where the confidence comes from. Just like anything else. If you shoot 500 corner threes every day, and it's game time, you have a 2-game slump, 4-game slump, are you going to stop shooting your threes? You got to keep shooting. Especially if that's your setup, you got to keep shooting. Right? Sometimes you can size down, right? If you're kind of seeing your confidence get tested, but you just need to see the ball go in the net. So a lot of shooters in basketball, a lot of elite shooters, when they hit a slump, their first objective during the game, you know what their goal is? Their goal is to try to get to the free throw line. Why? Because they need to see the ball go in the net. If we break below there, I'll close it out. And that runner still up 30. Okay? So in their mind, right, as soon as they start, they get to the free throw line, they get the 2 shots up. Okay? Those 2 shots, seeing the ball go in the net, have a way of changing just the confidence to continue to shoot. Same thing with training as well, guys. But when you're wrong, you cannot be wrong for long. Right? When I took the loss here, right, I like if you were watching the whole time, we were looking for the calls in this territory. With the price action combination, candle closure. Doesn't show up. So we said, hey, you know what? If there's a reclaim of this territory, we'll be there for it. In the meantime, something came up. All right, something came up. Sometimes you get a little distracted. A potential drop to the downside came up. Right, liked how it looked. Liked the sell block, like this key level that we're failing it. But what was my risk going to be with that setup? Okay, we're below there. I'm going to close right there. All right. Close right there. Try to close at 26. Okay, yeah, 26. So runner stopped out at 26. Trailing stop 26. Okay. So in this case, as I'm entering this position, I don't want price to reclaim this. But it just spiked above it. Okay, I close it out. Because I know now they're starting to use this as that higher low. I don't want to get caught up in a higher low into a potential higher high. So quickly close. If I just decide to say, hey, I'm going short here, I'm shooting my shot, I don't care about risk. Okay, that's fine. The market will pay. The market will make you pay. It will drag you all the way there. Okay? And then quickly, once we reclaim that level, went back to the original idea. Same thing. Okay, and now, even here, as we're pushing into this territory, we're already in profit. We know we can see a slowdown. All right, so you don't want to be getting calls in this territory. And then guess what? They grab these highs and start to push back the downside. So you have to know where to keep your entries to give yourself the best chance. Okay, now look, we grab this high, that sell block, and then push into the downside. It's 1130. Okay, so just shy of that ETH from where we were. We did see north of 65%. We were about 30 cents away from ATH. If we fell in love with ATH, we would take this position, not take any profits, see 65% at peak, and watch it go and diminish, potentially go back to zero. Okay, so very, very important that you're taking profits on the way up. The trade is not going to last forever. At some point, you're going to be out of the trade. At some point, the trade will end. Okay. It's like marriage, right? There's only two ways a marriage can end: death or divorce. There's no other way. Okay, so same thing with the trade. When it's all said and done, you want to make sure you got what you needed out of it. Okay. So let's get the likes up on YouTube. 11:30, we'll go over all the offers. We'll go over the boot camp. We'll go over everything. Now we still have a couple trades, a couple opportunities to entertain, and then we'll wrap it up. It's been a tremendous week. If you're a first-time viewer, go back and watch all of this week's episodes, how we navigated the markets. A lot of gems in each of these episodes. So you might have to go back, watch it a few times, and treat each of the episodes as a course, as a webinar. All right, there's so much value you can grab from each of the episodes. All right, try to keep it as value-packed, jam-packed with game-changing information every single episode, regardless of what does take place. Right, and that's what will keep you on top of your game. Okay, that's what will keep you on top of your game. If you're looking to take your trade to the next level, go to smartactiontrade.com. Smartactiontrade.com. That's our official site. Go to the community tab. Head over to the community tab. There's multiple ways to join our community. These prices are absolute steal. Okay, majority of our members have already covered their membership, are doing tremendous things. We'll go over that as well, what our community members are doing, right? So there's still a trial available. There's 9 spots left. I open up 15 spots every month, 10 to 15 spots every month. Once they're gone, they're gone. Once they're gone, they're gone. There's no more period for the trial. Trial, you get 25% off. So next week is a new week. So if I were a viewer, I like the content. I've been watching a few episodes. Okay? And I want to put myself in the position to win, or give myself the best chance to win. Surround myself with other traders who have the same mindset. Give myself the opportunity to capitalize off resources. I'll jump on that trial. You have nothing to lose. You have more to lose not being in, okay, than the game. All right, you have access to everything. You have access to our live trading, 3 to 5 hours of live trading and training every single day. Not only trading. This is not signals. I don't just say buy here, buy there, sell here, sell there. I break everything down to the best of my ability. Okay, so I give you the rationale so you can actually learn the strategy on your own. You can put the pieces together. All right, automated technicals, full watch list, day trading course, 6-hour day trading course to onboard you to day trading if you're a beginner. 6 hours, jam-packed, trading options, technicals, everything's in there. My ebook, Shockwave 15 course, if you're looking for a strategy, how to properly trade the orb, 3 entry models is also available there as well. So you get access to everything you need. The education, the support, the community, the internship, right? Basically the live trading and training. Everything you need to learn is available. It doesn't get better than this. All right, this is the end. If you want to upgrade to the yearly or jump into the yearly right away, make that commitment for 12 months, right? 65% off. You save 65%. Bootcamp ticket, coaching call, all available. All these prices will be changing. Okay, they will be changing. But if you're in, I always reward the ones who support and who invest in themselves early. The ones who take action quickly, they're always favored. There are people in our community who join in the very beginning. All right, they're paying a different price because they joined early. So the prices will continue to gradually push the upside. And where it stops, it's not going to stop. It's going to keep going up because the value is unmatched. You can't put a price on the value. You can't put a price on the quality people we have in our community. All right, courses, bootcamp. Bootcamp is tomorrow, so get ready. Bootcamp is tomorrow. Alumni, you have access to it as well. The new cohort of students I have your emails as well if you signed up. If you haven't signed up yet, this is your chance. Use the code LAST, all caps, LAST, right? Use the code LAST, LAST, save 20%. Last minute deal for you to get in. The boot camp is tomorrow. All right? Boot camp is tomorrow, January 10th. I look forward to working with everyone tomorrow. It's going to be about 4 to 5 hours, jam-packed session, and it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. You're going to learn a lot. Bring your questions. Get a notepad. Your favorite hot beverage. Bring that as well. And speaking of hot beverages, okay, you also want to get our new. I've seen a lot of you did order the mug. So when you do order the mug, and if you're in the community, make sure to send me a picture. All right. Our new, okay, drum roll, please. Spy selling off here beautifully off that resistance. Okay, let's see if I can find it. Okay, go. There we go. Speaking of hot beverage, our new mug. Okay, our first piece of merch. All right, this is it, a mug. The Power Up, the official SAT Power Up mug. All right, so make sure to grab your mug. That's going to be your best friend. A hot beverage is your best friend when you're trading. You decide what you want to put in it. Awesome mug. One side, there's a very good reminder. See profit, take profit. Other side, don't be wrong for too long. That's one of our catchphrases. Okay, and this will give you a reminder. So before you enter a position, take a sip. Okay, when you're in a position, take a sip just to remind yourself. All right, so tomorrow's going to be awesome. It's going to be fun. We got the boot camp lined up. This is our third boot camp. I don't think I have anything scheduled for February. We'll see. I'm debating if I want to do one more round or if I want to jump right into some advanced topics. All right, some advanced topics would be great, but we will see. So again, join the community, free tier. It's going to be modified, right? That free tier is going to be modified soon. But again, take advantage of wherever you are, take advantage. You can't miss setups like this. Not only the setups, I'm breaking down how to trade the setup, the strategy. Everything is happening in real time. Okay, just to give you an example, today's game plan before the 10 a.m. data in pre-market. Okay, this test zone was on watch. Okay, sent at 7:30 a.m. Eastern. Before 7:30 a.m. Eastern. Coming into the pre-market prep, during that time we make any modifications, this same test zone became a bounce zone. Okay, so this is sent to you every morning. Those zones, levels, all sent to you. Okay? So now it's just on you. It's just on you to execute. I can't tell you when to buy and where to sell. I'm not licensed to do that. I can't tell you buy here, buy here, sell there. I can't trade on your behalf. All I can do is give you the educational resources and tools to help you make informed decisions. Okay, what you do with it is completely up to you. All right? So again, make sure to join. Let's go over some of our members' performance. We got the best, hands down, the best collection of traders. All right, minus 150 this week, no problem. 150 very doable. Absolutely, Fido caught that last push. We got orb traders. We got channel trendline traders. We got all sorts of traders. VWAP traders. So there's no discrimination. Or all strategies are welcome. Okay, there's no. You have to do this, you have to do that. Look at this, guys. Taking calls earlier. 8.9% on the portfolio. This is not an 8.9% trade. 8.9% on the portfolio. 3 trades, all green. Goal met for the day and the week. Okay, so Lynn has been part of our team for over 5 months. So a lot of our OG members who are past that 3 to 5 month mark right? It's just so awesome to see the progress they're making. 13% thesis, OG, 64%. All right, and the ones who just joined recently, the December November cohort, they're on fire. I mean, the kind of traders we have in there is phenomenal. 30% for Elion. 50%. Look at this. 3 trades, 2 red, 1 green, 50%. Green cleans red. Okay? Up 30%. 100%, 5 for 5 on the week. Monster performance by Hero. Stop out there at 12%. Okay, we pride ourselves in risk management. All right? 15%. 90%. Less than an hour into the day. So you definitely want to be around this caliber of traders. All walks of life, all different levels, right? All different experience levels. We have people in our community who've been observing the markets for 20 plus years, since the 2000s. Okay, since the 2000s. All right, so that's what makes us great. The cohesion. All right, we're a strategic bunch. Nothing's gonna slip our eyes. Nothing's gonna pass by. So the ones who've been in the community for some time, get comfortable, share your ideas, share your charts, anything that can help someone else. Okay, reach one, teach one. That's gonna make us a better community. Okay, so great job this week, guys. Tremendous job. Highs and lows are set. You guys know the protocol. We're flirting with all-time highs. If you're done for the week, tremendous job. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. Refill the coffee. And we will look to continue the show until 1 o'clock. We'll do the giveaway. Okay, we'll do the giveaway for the boot camp. If we can get 50 likes by 1 o'clock, I will give away 3 boot camp seats. 3 boot camp seats. Three boot camp seats. All right, so I'll be back on the other side of the break. In the meantime, take a quick look at this clip that goes over the features of our community.
Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the Spice Trading Mentorship community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the SPY Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market hands with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. The Signals service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a SPY Striker today, and take your trading to the next level.
So great job, team. Okay, so we'll take a quick break, refill on the coffee. I will, in the meantime, we can enjoy our friends at CNBC. And we will be right back. 50 likes before 1 o'clock. We'll do a giveaway for the boot camp. 3 seats. 3 seats. All right, 3 seats. All right, that's $300. So there's no point of me giving money away. I'm not going to give money away. It's not going to help you. All right, I'll give you the information to get it. Okay, I'll be right back.
And then they're also buying a lot of homes from the home builders. And it's our opinion, certainly my opinion, that new homes should go to people, not to corporations. And so there's been this whole thing also where corporations are able to get better deals from home builders. Home builders need to be focused on providing homes to people, not to corporations.
Joining us now, first on CNBC, Stephen Scher, the co-president of Pretium. Pretium is one of the largest single-family rental owners and operators in the United States. Stephen, it's great to have you back. Welcome. Haven't spoken to you since you were running Hertz. Now you're Pretium. Oh, I imagine you have a strong rebuttal to this proposal.
Well, I'm not sure what I'm here to offer is a rebuttal so much as to acknowledge that the president has put on the table a very important issue to the country, which is affordable housing. I think the solution to that problem is one in which private capital needs to be a part of as opposed to excluded from. And I think we, along with others in the industry, are very ready to sit down, along with home builders and others, to sort of see this forward and to be a part of a solution to bring affordable housing to Americans.
But what about this proposal that he wants now Congress to codify, which is to get you guys out of the business?
Well, I think to push private capital out will only worsen the problem, won't make it better. Just think about the Americans that we provide a service to, both individually, Pretium, and the industry. There's about 145 million households in the United States. A third are renters. And that number has been a third for a long time. And if you think about the profile of the people to whom we are renting homes that we own through our funds, they're average Americans. The average household income of our renters is about $130,000. 85% of them are millennials and Gen X. 40% are married, 40% have children. These are hardworking Americans who are living in our homes. And by the way, because they rent, they are on a path to improve their credit and eventually get to a place where they may be in a spot to render themselves in a position to buy a home. 90% of these people do not qualify for a mortgage. So they're renting in part because they have to or because they want to. And on the issue of the American dream, the reality is that they are renting a home in a really good neighborhood with good schools, safe neighborhoods, and I think that's an important service to continue to offer out. And we want to be
part of the solution. But what has been the impact on overall prices since you and Blackstone and Invitation have all gotten into this market in a big way?
Well, I think it's important to understand the place we play, okay? The notion that we are boxing out individuals from buying a home is old. We're not buying homes on the MLS. We're not buying one-by-one homes. We are buying homes in portfolios that are sold to us, and perhaps more relevant to the issue of the day, we're buying homes from home builders. So think about the following. A large home builder, public home builder, is looking to build 100 homes in a project. Perhaps we speak for 25% of that. So 25% will go to rental. 75% are going to get sold by that home builder to individual home owners. Now that project might not happen in the absence of our ability to step forward, private capital to de-risk that project. The home builder goes in knowing 25% of that portfolio is spoken for, and they can then build that project, take their capital, and move on to the next. This is why I think it's important to understand the role that private capital can have in de-risking projects where new homes are built. And the example I gave you, we're not boxing out anybody. We're providing assurance and support to that home builder to build homes that are going to be owned and rented by Americans.
Why then I'm just looking at Lennar for the week, why would these shares be higher if a big buyer of their goods was being boxed out?
Well, I think perhaps we're on the cusp of a solution. There's an opportunity here, I think, for the administration to sort of have their FDR moment. I think the president is in a position to have a Trump moment, to bring all the parties together to try to resolve this. He can bring us, private capital, to the table. He can bring the home builders, the GSEs. He can bring banks, insurance companies. He can use his seat to compel state and local authorities to free up property on which homes can be built. If you do that, we might be in a position where we can all be participants, for example, in a rent-to-own proposition, where we would sell homes to people that rent, and those that qualify might qualify for low-interest mortgages that the government could support. My point being is that this is a moment to gather all of these parties together, because not one of us is at fault, or not one of us is in a position to solve this.
There's rent to own, there's the notion of transferable mortgages, there's the 50-year, there's his jawboning of the Fed. You think can all of this be sort of consolidated into a meaningful, understandable policy?
Listen, we've been living through prior administrations where we have just punted on this issue. Affordable housing is a very big issue across this country. It has the attention of both sides of the aisle. I think the president is in a unique spot to use his office to convene all of these parties together and bring us together to put a solution on the table. And we are, as stewards of private capital, we're very interested in being a part of that solution.
So though, we're talking a multi-year process, even if we sign something today.
Listen, I don't know that it has to be. I mean, its effect will happen over a number of years. But the opportunity to sort of put a proposal and a proposition on the table is there. And in the last 24 to 48 hours, I've spoken with the CEOs of home builders. I've spoken with the CEOs of companies that are like Pretium. All of us are ready to come to the table and start to provide a solution. Because again, 1/3 of Americans rent homes, and it's not because all of them desire to. More than half of the adult population in the United States would not qualify for a mortgage. And so we need to provide good quality, affordable housing, both to those that want to own and those that rent, and create a path for ownership.
As you're speaking, and as we're speaking about this, just want to show everyone the 30-year mortgage rate actually dropped below 6%. It's the first time we had seen that in about 3 years.
That's right.
The Fed raising rates, mortgage rates shot up, so we're really starting to see some movement here on the back of, I guess, even this plan where the Fannies and Freddies are going to be buying mortgage-backed securities to bring down rates.
This is one important component of it. But understand the following. Right now, to own a home relative to rent a home, like for like, is about 40% more expensive. And it's not only because of mortgage rates. It's because of insurance. It's because of property taxes. There's a whole slew of inputs that run into this. Mortgage is a big issue, okay, make no mistake, but it's one of many that need to be dealt with.
What's the great stat? I mean, if mortgages were zero, the number of MSAs where affordability would still be historically low?
Actually, we ran an interesting analysis a couple of months back, which is if you hold all costs equal, okay, other than the mortgage rate, you would need mortgage rates to be cut in half to put the cost between renting and owning on parity. So neutralize all of...
Okay, I'm back, and it looks like we are at all-time highs. So that initial drop that we did see here was associated with that attempt at that reclaim at 15 on the VIX. Now we're at all-time highs. We made it, so this nice little reclaim did turn out to be the all-time highs. If you were a little further out as far as your trailing stop, you're still in. If not, just sit back and enjoy the fact that we made all-time highs. So this week, 2 all-time highs. This is our 3rd all-time high, guys. This is our 3rd all-time high. We need an all-time high tracker of some sort, but 3rd all-time high this year. Now let's see how long it takes CNBC to talk about it. ES is at 7,005, 7,000 psychological level, shallow retest. SPX is sitting right at that 69.65. So again, see if we can continue to push the upside. First things first, can we hold above this level? We have second shift highs, and 695 is the real level. 695 is the real level, and wow. If you're in, great job. If you're not, sit back and enjoy. If you're done for the day, don't FOMO into a position because we're at all-time highs all of a sudden. If you're done, be done. Okay? Get caught up in the chat. Okay. Give him a like. I want to see him go the whole day online. I need to boot camp giveaway, guys. Please give him likes. Yeah, let's do the likes, guys. You guys know the objective. 50 likes. Very doable. We had over 250 people stop by. All right? So we could easily get 200 plus likes. All right? All it takes is liking the video. All right, so let's see. Now, is there another trap that awaits us? Another trap. Does that turn into a trap or does it turn into a retest of those highs? Retest, bounce, and retest. Continue push higher. You share trades, contracts at the end of the day. Yeah, so the ideas are shared online. If I do have any trade ideas on some names that I'm not trading, we're primarily focused on SPY, I'll put it in the Discord. So another bounce on Bitcoin off that 90K. So 90K is holding up. 90K is holding up. 90K is holding up. If you do join the Discord on YouTube, let me know. If you join today, let me know. I did see your purchase. Jose. So I'll upgrade your status right now. So you should be able to have access now. Just refresh, you have access. Okay. Refresh, you have access. So again, now we have less than 8 spots left. Okay, less than 8 spots left. And that's for January. So January, we just started January. So there's a lot of time left for us to trade in January. So you definitely want to be in position. So how many more weeks do we have in January? This is just the first week. We have 3 full weeks left. 3 full weeks left. So welcome to the team, Jose. Let me have a seat here. Okay, anyone catch that push into ATH? If you did, congratulations. We will go over the halftime, what's moving in the market at 12 o'clock. We take a look at it. All the indexes pushing to the upside, led by IW. IW was the one, then SPY all-time highs, and the Dow all-time highs. So the laggard, excuse me, the laggard is boom. Qs. Qs are still about $11 away. So do the Qs play catch up? More specifically, the Qs is the large semiconductor, the big boys. All right, the big boys, or the biggest boy, NVIDIA. Okay. Can NVIDIA wake up? Can NVIDIA wake up? So you can see. So we got that low. So this is the process of price discovery. What are we bouncing off of? Same territory. So although it's shifting this way, the structure is being held. Okay, we got that low. All right. So we anticipate the higher low there. And we got another low. So are all these lows lower or are all these lows higher? We have a high. Okay, let me remove this so you can see a little more clearly. We got a higher high. Is this high higher than this high? Even though it did play it into a trap, it's higher. Is this current high higher than this high? It's higher. So now, if you're looking to go long, what you're looking for, okay, is a higher low. Where is the higher low? Okay, where is the higher low? $1 million question. Where is the higher low? You can use your technical capabilities, key levels, whatever strategy system you use to give you the confidence to identify that particular point is where that higher low is going to be. If you believe we continue to push higher. Okay, you don't want to buy the high point into another high point. So if you're bearish, if you're a bear, you're looking for that high, using your technical capabilities, system, strategy, to find an area on the chart that tells you this is possibly where that higher high is, and you're riding that higher high into a lower high until proven otherwise. Once it's proven otherwise, the logic flips. Only one trade, 8 minutes. That is my kind of trade. Those are the best. 8 minute, 10 minute, anything below 10 minutes, double digits. All right, I'll go for 5 minutes, but anything below 10 minutes, when you really think about it, right? We got to bring it back down to earth, right? When we're trading. All right, if a trade is giving you, let's say, per contract, everyone uses different size. If it's giving you $30 a contract, whether you have one contract, whether you have 10, 20, 100, right? If it's giving you $30 per contract in 5 minutes, why are we not taking the that's what always blows my mind. Why are we not taking the profit? All right, because that's beating your wage. If you have 10 contracts, there are very few people walking around outside of business owners, okay, that make $300 an hour. But when it comes to trading, for all of a sudden, we have to make thousands in seconds, or it's not validated. You'll get there. But first, you got to get paid for what you're doing first. Right? So that's my line of thinking. That's my line of thinking. Someone is willing to give you 20% in 10 minutes, 30% 10 minutes. I can care less about a target. Okay? Who cares about a target? Give me that 30%. We'll talk about targets after I take profit. Do you know why you can have that kind of thinking? Because you have setups that can put you in position to do that, to do that again. If you don't have setups that can put you in position, it's reasonable for you to hold that thing to dear life and try to get everything out of it. If 20, 30%, 10%, 15% is repeatable, right? You're not always trying to get the most out of the setup. You know that's just around the corner. You know you're 1 or 2 trades away from that. Every time. All right, but my logic is, if you're treating this as work, or the logic should be, as always, you've heard me say this before, see profit, take profit. Get compensated for your time. All right, just worry about the process first. Nice little push. Okay. Okay, you just paid for the year. Absolutely. Welcome to the team, Jose. You should have access to the Discord right now. Okay, I just upgraded your status. You should have access to the Discord. If you have any questions, let me know. This is what you get access to, of course. There's videos that walk you through the Discord. We have the Getting Started section here. Okay, welcome. Go through the disclosure, the rules. All right, very simple rules. Day trading course right off the bat. Okay, you want to take this course. This course goes over everything. Section 1, getting started day trading. Section 2, technical analysis, mastery. Section 3, options trading fundamentals. Section 4, psychology routine. Section 5, execution and consistency. Okay, this is prerequisite. All right, at least go watch this course. And there's a video on how to use the Discord. I might have to update it because we added more features to it. And most of the action, you can leave an intro here if you'd like. All right, you can leave an intro. Testimonials, everyone in the Discord leave a testimonial. 2025, 2026 commitments. Feel free to put a commitment if you're compelled. Outside the charts, right? Keep us an update of what's going on outside the charts. Anything you want to share? Okay. We want to keep this chat more trade related, and this chat is put whatever you want. Be respectful, but put whatever you like. All right. So, event calendar every week. I post this. Gives you a good idea what's coming up on the week. All right. So you definitely want to refer to this pre-market. Okay. This is the plan. I send this out every morning, 99% of the time. All right. Sometimes there might be, it hasn't been a time in quite some time, but sometimes I might miss it. Something can come up. But 99% of the time you should get this. All right. So key levels, put zone, call zone, trade zones, areas to make those executions, and the key levels all done for you. All right. Game plan shown there. Post market recap every single after the close. I send you a market summary. So this brings you up to speed. So even if you didn't trade that day, just go through here without scrolling through all of these timelines and trying to go watch 1,000 videos and try to find the right video. Right here. Everything is boiled down to this. Snapshot of the market. Action that took place the prior day. Some setups they can take advantage of, some breakdowns, so on and so forth. We'll go over that. And of course, our monthly chat. Trade ideas posted here. You can post ideas here as well if you want. If you want to share ideas, you can post ideas there. Automated technicals. The free chat is on the free side, and futures. All right. We have a lot of futures traders, so again, feel free to share. Carla is one of our great traders on the future side. She also trades options, but she always crushes the futures. All right, and of course, live. So every morning, the delay-free, ad-free stream is sent and shared on Google Meets. Okay, so comprehensive coverage. Comprehensive coverage is what you get. Not liability, comprehensive. Okay, not just you're in the Discord, I send you a screenshot of a chart, a quick little paragraph, and then you're on your own. Right, now it's comprehensive from the very beginning to the end. Okay, so now SPY's riding this wave to the upside. Let's take a look at some individual names that are moving. It's looking to make that higher high. Some individual names. Okay, so we remember the scenario we laid out yesterday, team. If you were tuning in yesterday, you know the scenario we're talking about. The scenario was we're breaking down. True. As we're breaking down, when we're making that retracement, as long as we can hold below that 50% retrace, we can see a slide to the downside. If we continue to climb, we don't fall below that 50% retrace, we can easily use the support to guide us all the way to ATH. Okay, so go back and watch yesterday's episode. Okay, watch yesterday's episode and look at the levels. This was the opportunity of the day. Okay, this one. So technically, there was a way to catch this. Came right into that bounce zone. Right? That's part of the pre-market plan. Granted, are you going to catch this whole thing? If you're a diamond hand trader, probably. If you have enough conviction to take it from here to all-time high, yes, you can. Right? So the opportunities will be there. Opportunities will be there. So in my case, I'm looking for that next natural higher low. Where's that next natural higher low? All right, so on that note, let's take a look at some names that are moving. If you have any chart requests, put your chart requests in the chat. Put your chart requests in the chat. We'll cover those charts. Let me know if you have access now, Jose. Just refresh Discord. I want you to have access before we jump off the stream. 81%, 10-minute uptrend in place. Beautiful job, Fido. All right, let's see what's moving and grooving. So we said that the Qs are the laggard. Of course, the Qs are lagging behind in relation to their all-time highs. All three of the indexes outside of the Qs, SPY, Dow, and IWM have made all-time highs in 26. If you're looking for the dust to settle, if you're just ignoring everything below this resistance, right? The Qs can really start picking up some speed above 630. That's gonna be that run. So one thing you need to understand, guys, when price is moving, it moves almost in chunks. It doesn't go from A to Z. It goes from A to B, B to C, C to D. All right, it just doesn't go A to Z. The only time it goes from A to Z is if there's a crash. All right, so we know that there's some clear overhead resistance. All right, if the other three indexes continue to push, if the semis start getting picked up, specifically Broadcom and Nvidia, which we'll cover, we can see the Qs starting to wake up. If you're looking to go long, if you're going long in this territory here in preparation for a push into ATH with further data cons, not a bad idea. But if you're looking to catch that last piece after the infighting is complete, and we get that decisive close above 630, you don't want to be involved in the drama. You just want to be there when it's awake. That runway awaits us. Okay, that runway, when I say runway, that's what I mean. Runway awaits us. That's it. But there's going to be a lot of back and forth in this area. So what are some ways we can get over this zone if we're bullish? One is a gap up. The easiest cheat code for the market is gap up. You know what? Don't feel like dealing with it. Let's just gap it up. Okay? One is gap up. Okay? So just from a bullish lens, one is a gap up. If the rest of the three indexes continue to push further into ATH and the Qs decide to play catch up. The other scenario is, of course, we just continue to push today. And we're very close to 630 by the end of the day. All right, that's going to be a tough task. We still have $4 to get there. Or at least we're above Wednesday's highs. Right? But the stress-free, the closest to stress-free line of thinking, all right, is waiting for that 630. Decisive break above 630. You don't have to be there for the back and forth. As long as we're below 630, the only longs getting involved are the ones who are trying to get that dip, good positioning into that ATH from a trading perspective. Okay? So they're trying to take that 520 hold into 630 and from 630 all the way there. Okay, but to do that, to go from 620 to 630, okay, you have room to here, and then things start getting dicey up here. Okay, because this is bear territory. Okay, you're on enemy grounds. Okay, so you have to move swiftly. You have to know what you're doing. You just can't hang out and camp out here if you don't know what you're doing. You're not going to make it out. Okay, so that's the line of thinking for the Qs. Okay, if we continue to rip to the upside on the rest of the indexes. Let's go back to the hourly real quick. Let me take off some of these levels. Could be a little distracting. Okay, take this off. All right, I'll put this one back on actually. Now let's run through some tickers. Our usual suspects. Google is up 1.45%. All-time high on Google back to back. 315. Talking about that breakout on Google. 315. Chops around for a couple of days. Shakes some participants out. 315. Now it's up $15. Tesla 444. Do we have any numerologist in the chat? 444. You know what that means? Okay, so now we talked about it yesterday, team. What did we talk about yesterday on Tesla? If you tuned in yesterday, we laid out Tesla for you. We literally, I didn't change this box. It's the same box from yesterday. The two scenarios for Tesla. All right, two scenarios. Okay, scenario one was that initial break yesterday. Scenario two, we're going to inverse head and shoulder our way out of there. So what do? We dip exactly into the right shoulder box. We initially reject. Okay, and now we're inverse head and shoulder out of here. So Tesla, okay, Tesla's trying to do is Tesla's trying to make back the drop that it saw from Friday. Last Friday when the delivery numbers came in. All right, so you literally can't miss a minute of the show. You have to be locked in. You never know when the next idea is coming. So whether you trade Tesla, whether you don't, if you do trade Tesla, this is your area to get active. Okay, so you'd be up already $14. Okay, Broadcom. Broadcom needs to wake up. Sleeping giant Broadcom needs to wake up. The two sleeping giants in semis are Broadcom and AMD. Broadcom, you guys see it? You see it? If you see it, you see it. Okay. Is that enough to get us past that point? Same thing. Potential inverse head and shoulder. Left shoulder, head. Where's the right shoulder? If that's a break, see if it gets a hold above that 345. 345 hold to be critical. Lilly came close to that 1030. Okay, 1300 level. But it did come to this support. Nice bounce. I want it off 1300. Lilly's due for a split. So if there's a name, we called the Netflix split, if you recall. If there's a name that needs to split, it's Lilly. So be on the lookout for Lilly splitting. Okay? Amazon. Amazon is on a tear. Amazon still has ways to go to ATH, 258, 258.60 ATH. Netflix having a hard time here. Couldn't form that right shoulder. Sliced right through it. Netflix 90. In fact, they gave up 90. No bueno. Meta. Bounce out of there. Meta. Meta's gone. 640. Up $11. Palantir. 180. High watch. JPM. The one that got away. We'll catch JPM at some point this quarter. All right, don't worry. We'll catch JPM at some point this quarter. All right. But this just goes to show you guys there's so many opportunities, so it's impossible to catch everything. Like you can't catch everything. So be optimistic that you will catch one of these opportunities. Okay. Apple, retrace, reject. We talked about it this morning. 250 rejection comes into it, rejects off of it. So if you took the calls off Apple, you can survive intraday. A bigger picture, 250 is that brick wall. Robinhood, looking interesting at 115. But Robinhood, okay, if we take a look at Robinhood where it is in relation to the support, we have support right here. First touch, second touch, third touch, kind of in the middle here on Robinhood. See if we can use that as a right shoulder at 115. But if it does drop a little further, pick up off support can be valid as well. And that's a lovely entry, 105 to 100. Those two psychological levels. NVIDIA, asleep at the wheel. Okay, NVIDIA, asleep at the wheel. Square, okay. Square, see if we can come back and retest that territory. CMG, there's a couple of names I'm paying attention to for reversal. SoFi, we'll get to SoFi. 444 angel number is a sign of support and guidance for the spiritual realm. signifies, okay, offering comfort, protection, assistance, indicates you are being guided towards stability, security, manifest goals. Okay. So that's Tesla's at 444. Walmart. 110 bounce to a T on Walmart. Don't discount Walmart. Don't sleep on Walmart. Walmart is a mover. Walmart is not going anywhere soon. If you think brick and mortar is dead, Walmart can survive anything. All right? As long as they get their online side of things, if they can get a small piece of Amazon's market share, online shopping, Walmart's not going anywhere, especially with what Target is doing. All right? Speaking of Target, ooh, look at that reclaim. Are you still in that, Sancho? If you are, this thing is moving. One of our team members allocated risk in that territory, got rewarded this morning. Great job. Coinbase, 240. 240 is going to be very close to that 90 psychological level on Bitcoin. 90K, not $90, okay? Disney, nothing much there. TSM, Starbucks, Oracle, ExxonMobil, bounce, bounce, bounce. Boeing, MSTR rejection again. INTC, AMD, 195-ish. Bounce, 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 195-ish. So AMD, it's breakdown into 195 or wait for now 195. CRWV, symmetrical triangle. SoFi, nice bounce on SoFi of this territory as it continues. Pretty significant sell-off here when everything pushed to the downside on SoFi. But structurally, despite that drop, okay, this drop looks very similar to what Google did after that break. I'll show you. So Google breaks that downward compression and has that day of just shakeout. Okay, breakout, shakeout for the fake out, setting up for the ATH. Okay, look at SoFi's chart. Look at SoFi's chart. Excuse me. And just take a mental picture of this here. Let's take a look at Google's chart. All right, it's not going to be identical. Okay, so now I know Google's all the way up there. Okay, when we talked about Google a couple of weeks ago, we breakout, followed by shakeout. Holds a level, reclaims it, out of there. You see? So see if SoFi wants to do the same thing. Similar thing. All right? They're running that same kind of program there. Breakout, shakeout, and then now see if it wants to get to 32. APP, CRCL. Again, CRCL is using this as support. Had a close eye on CRCL with that 90K yesterday, but it decided to use that support. So no trade there. BMNR, okay. Let's open up. There's a couple of names on the yearly I want to bring to your attention. A couple of names on the yearly I want to bring to your attention. A couple of names on the yearly. Okay, so we know where SPY is. TGT. Target. TGT. Target was on Leap Watch. Okay, so TGT. Okay, do your fundamental analysis. TGT's been beat up. Let's jump over to the yearly real quick. TGT's been beat up for how many years, guys? Target sell-off, how many years? 1, 2, 3, 4. Has Target sold off for 4 years before in its history? No. 2 years, 1 year, consolidation 1 year. So Target is on this massive multi-year, don't want to use the word collapse, but sell-off. 66%, 70% of its all-time highs, bottom of 25, and now it's starting to wake up slightly. The yearly trigger is all the way at 145. Okay, so the stage is set for Target on the yearly. Inside on the year, if it wants to reverse on the year, reverse is 4 years of sell-off, 4 years of selling. Okay, if it's a value pickup, do your fundamental analysis. All right. On the yearly time frame, if Target breaks below 87.72, sell-off continues. So if you're trying to build a bullish case from a technical standpoint on Target, all right, say leaps on Target. If you're looking at leaps on Target, speaking of leaps on Target, let's take a look. Let's take a look at leaps. TGT. All right, so if you go all the way, to 2028. Okay. All the way to 2028. The spreads are going to be bad, but mid or bid, just hypothetical, all the way to 2028. And say your target is, no pun intended, all right, say your target is 120. So you do your calculation. There's a way to do a calculation. I have that in the swing trade video. Let's say your target is 120. It's about $15 away from there. Okay, those contracts are about $1,700. Okay, $1,700. All right, $1,700 allocated for one contract to this particular name. Or you can do target for the entire, just buy the underline. But if, to build that bullish case, right, on the yearly, we need to rally up and take out this high to trigger the yearly. We trigger some lower time frames. Case one, this is one, scenario one. Scenario two is remain inside for the whole year. Do not take out the high, do not take out the low. Scenario two, remain inside for the whole year. One is break. Okay. One is remain inside. Whatever you do, don't take out that high, don't take out that low. So we're building a bullish case here, just bullish case only for now. Okay. We're covering a bullish side of things. We'll do the bearish as well. These two things, scenario one, scenario two, right? And scenario three is a complete reversal, but we'll just cover these two for now. A break above these highs, stay inside, and then for 27, break above this inside to reverse it. So on the yearly, target has not triggered, but it's starting to catch a bid. It's starting to bounce off that 20 EMA. That coincides perfectly with that 100 psychological level. So make note of that. 100 psychological level. That's going to be a level that's going to follow us all the way into the lower time frames. And for target to make a reversal, a significant reversal on the yearly, the catalyst has to be earnings. It has to be earnings catalyst. Okay, no news announcement can lift target that high. It has to be earnings catalyst. So a target needs to put up some good earnings. Okay, yearly we have an idea. We're going to take this 100 with us, drop down to the quarterly. Quarterly, we're already reversing. The quarterly reversal is already in pursuit. Quarterly reversal already took place. We got above that 100. We're starting to reverse. We're going to be below EMAs. We're reversing. And look at this pattern. What pattern is this, guys? So this pattern is from last year. Okay, what pattern is this? Put in the chat. So now we have fuel on the quarter. As long as we don't take out this 2025's lows, the quarterly is directional. So the quarterly is direction on target. We're going to take that 100 with us, not losing sight of this pattern. Now the monthly. Interesting. So the exact reversal on target on the monthly took place here. 93.47. 2 down, 2 up after going hammer. So on the monthly, we're just looking for continuations. All right, so it has a lot of reversing to do, guys. Has a lot of reversing to do. It's at the 200 EMA on the monthly. 200 EMA on the monthly. The last time we was at that 200 EMA on the monthly, it was in 2017. Okay, 2017. Now, fast forward 9 years later. We got below it. Can we reclaim that 200 EMA on the monthly? Anything on the monthly time frame has to be for at least quarterly, 6-month leap trades, or just outright shares. Okay, so now that 100, that 200 EMA, we saw this is a 10-year opportunity if all the fundamentals check out. Okay, where are we? Are we missing the boat? No, still early. You don't need to get the exact bottom, but the bottom is in so far. It's still down 60% for its all-time highs. Okay, all-time highs being 268.98. Let's keep dropping down. What are we going to take with us here? We're going to take the 100 with us. The 100 is going to follow us all the way to the downside, all the way to the lower time frames. Interesting. We have some drawings from before. All right, so there was a particular area we're paying attention to in this area. Particular things we're looking for. Let's erase that. Okay, we were looking for that breakdown. We got that breakdown. So on the weekly, we're gonna get that 100 there. On the weekly, again, we're gonna be below those EMAs. That's just something we need to deal with if you're buying the dip. On the weekly, there's a few things we can potentially look for. We got this low. All right, we got this low. We look for this thing every day, guys, on the lower time frames. We got this low. We got this low. Somewhat of an inverse head and shoulder on the weekly for a potential entry trigger. Okay. If we get a adverse reaction to these highs up here. If we get an adverse reaction to these highs up here, a little bit of resistance, weekly resistance here. Okay, if we get an adverse reaction, see if that can drop us a little lower into this territory and fuel back up. If we can, okay, we can hold above that 100, get back above that 100, hold above it for multiple weeks. Target is good to go. The only thing you need to check off is fundamentals. Fundamental analysis, due diligence is still pending. All right, so do the fundamentals, jump into the balance sheet, jump into the ratios. What's the comparable PE? Okay, what's the PE for target? Okay, compared to the sector, compared to some of its competitors in the space. Okay. What's the growth prospects? What's the revenue looking like? Is the revenue increasing? So the catalyst for target, in my opinion, if it's at a healthy technical area, is fundamental catalyst, aka earnings. Okay. On the daily, let's go talk around the daily real quick. Things are starting to get very interesting. Again, we have resistance overhead from the week. If this resistance can lead us into this 100, overall 100 territory, we could be good to go. So you can see we marked this out last year. Right? Boom, boom, boom. Right? And we were diverging. Target was diverging here as well. Lower lows on RSI. Okay, higher lows on RSI, lower lows on the underlying. So target is a very, very interesting name. Okay, so keep that on watch for potential leap watch. Can you do QQQ NVIDIA? We'll cover NVIDIA. Yep, we'll cover NVIDIA here shortly. Let's go check back on SPY as we work our way back to the upside, back to 690, not back to 695, but trying to push into 695. Okay. So if I please, Target has a host of issues, both internal and external for several. Yeah, a lot of issues with Target. That's why the fundamentals will be critical. Leadership issues, but there can be an opportunity there. They get involved in a lot of political issues as well, right? So Target is just having a hard time. See nice picture. 444. So let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. Can you do QQQ and NVIDIA? Absolutely. We'll jump into QQQ and NVIDIA. Right here. 7 subs away. 7 subs away from hitting 2,700 subs. So again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't. Okay, and how many likes do we got? We got 20 more minutes. 23 more minutes. 23 more minutes. We got 25 likes. We can get it done. We can get it done. Share, subscribe, like. If you took the calls from this last area here, you're out of here. So those calls, to give you some context, are up significantly. They are up significantly. So again, another shift, another high. Let's take a look at a breakdown for NVIDIA. So NVIDIA. We'll do NVIDIA. We'll do SPY. We'll do a couple more for our weekly check. NVIDIA. Let's get this ready here. Give me 1 second. Let me respond to this real quick. Okay. I'll take a look at Intel as well. Just give me 1 second. I got a message here, so give me 1 second. Okay, back, guys. So breaking news for all my boot camp goers. Boot camp goers, we're going to have to move the boot camp over by 1 hour. By 1 hour, we're going to have to move the boot camp over. So instead of doing it at 10 o'clock, we're going to have to do it at 11 o'clock. I know it's last minute, but the boot camp is not canceled. All right, but I'm going to have to move it to 11 o'clock. All right, so we'll send the email out today. So the boot camp will be at 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock Eastern. That's when the boot camp will be. So it's scheduled for 10. Don't want to cancel it. We've been preparing for this moment. A lot of you signed up. So again, unfortunately, there's something I need to take care of that came up last minute. So I can do it at 11 o'clock. So it's going to be between 11 o'clock and to the end. So 11 usually takes us 4 hours. So 11 to basically 2 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock, okay? So that's going to be the news. Boot camp is moving over to 11 o'clock. So the boot camp, 11 o'clock. Okay. The time frame of the big candle is the daily candle. That is a daily candle. All right, that's the daily candle. So boot camp, 11 o'clock. Okay, guys? a.m. Eastern time. Okay, so make note of that. Boot camp is 11 o'clock. Looking forward to boot camp recording. I cannot make the tournament. Not sure if I'm done for the week. So great job bouncing back. Sometimes it's just that one day just gets stopped out, but you can easily bounce back from that. But again, that day on Wednesday where you took that break, came back the next day green, was great. All right, those are the things you want to do. So tremendous job on keeping your composure. Yes, so chart request. So again, boot camp is changed to 11 o'clock. If you are signing up for the boot camp, today's the last day to sign up. Use the code LAST. Save 20% off. If you can't make the boot camp and you did sign up, okay, I will send you the recording. I will send you the recording, but I just do want to make you aware of that. The link to join the boot camp is pinned to the chat. It's pinned to the chat. So the boot camp, this is it. So I don't have a getting started. I can do one more getting started for February. I'm not fully done making the next boot camp for our advanced topic. So we might fire this one up one more time, but after that, there's no more. Once getting started is done, we did 3 already. We've helped a lot of students. Have 3 recordings available. You have access to that, but everything is covered. The bases are covered. Okay, the bases are covered. What do you get? What day trading is, market fundamentals, platforms, tools, resources, market structure, trends, support, resistance, chart patterns, candlesticks, indicators, 3 A+ setups for high probability trades, understanding calls, puts, Greeks, navigating the options chain, selecting contracts, managing emotions, building discipline, developing consistent trading routine, step-by-step trade execution, post-trade review, paper trading, back testing, forward testing, roadmap to consistency and growth. So all of this jam-packed live, not pre-recorded. So it's not one of those webinars which it seems live, but it's just a pre-recording. And from time to time, fake questions get asked. No, this is real, guys. Real time just like this. All right? Real time just like this. So if you have any questions, bring your questions. Questions about strategy. Questions about contracts. Questions about options. This is your time to get that deep dive. All right? So I like to have that small classroom setting. So your questions, I will get to your questions. It's not like there's not 1,000 people in the boot camp. I won't make it that wide, that open. Okay, so I'll try to get to all the questions that are there. So this is your chance to take advantage. 4+ hours. What do you get? technical analysis, reference PDF, stock options PDF, simplified, free tools and resources, digital journal free, and my ebook as well. Okay, and you have access to the recording as well. All right, so absolute steal. Use the code LAST, all caps, 11 a.m. Last minute adjustment. Right, last minute adjustment. Could have easily just said let's reschedule. Okay, but have to make it work. All right, so we've been prepping for this, so don't want to reschedule it. We're just gonna move it over an hour. I do have a couple of things that came up and to take care of, so I will take care of those things. So no worries, we're just moving it over 1 hour. Okay. So all the details will be sent to you once you do sign up. If you can't make the boot camp, you want access to the course itself, self-pace, you can grab it here. Okay, so I look forward to all the students who do sign up. Alumni, you have access. I have your emails already. For the ones who are in the yearly, this is very important. Yearly bundle, folks. The ones who got the yearly bundle, your pass, your access comes with a boot camp. You're paying for the boot camp. You have a boot camp ticket in your back pocket. So the folks who are on the yearly bundle, all right, you need to send me a message, email or a DM. I'll go through all my DMs. I have to go through a lot of DMs to find the emails. Okay, so for those of you who are on the yearly tier, okay, I can go check it manually. A C who's on the yearly tier and just send out the email myself, or you can just send it to me as well. So you don't want to miss this boot camp as well, okay? So last minute adjustment. So link to the boot camp is pinned to the chat. Anybody can help. What time frame is that big red candle? Yeah, this is a daily. Big candle here is daily. Daily. That is the daily candle there. Okay. 12 minutes. We'll do the boot camp. I'll give away 3 boot camps if we can get 50 likes. It's a win-win. So it's a win-win if you're on the team. Folks in the Discord can also sign up for the giveaway. We're how many likes do we got today? We're 14 likes away. No, 24 likes away. All right, so a little shy on the like side today, but we can get there. We can get there. I have confidence we can get there. If you're on Discord, jump over to the YouTube, hit the like button, come back. All right, let's get to 50 likes. Yeah, so today's the last day the boot camp is available, guys. So if you're planning to join, you're going to have to take advantage today. Okay, get your ticket, join. Daily, so PHX, Phoenix. That's the daily. This is the daily candle. All right, so giveaway. I'll give 3 boot camps away if we can get 50 likes. You guys can do it. Find a way to get to 50. I'll hold my end of the bargain. We have until 1 o'clock. Okay. Strikers. Folks on YouTube. What do we possibly see here? Okay. Just let's do some price study here. What are we seeing here? Yeah, we see the retest, absolutely. But if we just take from this point, from this current push into ETH to where we are now, what is a potential exhaustion pattern, aka reversal pattern, that's possibly brewing? All right, could be a little bit of a stretch. If we can break below 693.95, this pattern is possibly brewing. Okay. So you need to get used to not identifying the patterns when they're there. Okay, but trying to see it before it takes place. Not taking it before it takes place, right? But seeing how it unfolds. Head and shoulder, absolutely. Not there yet. So what will invalidate it? If we just get a higher high, it's getting validated. So as we're just making this lower high, we have our right shoulder here, left shoulder. Okay. We have our head here, potential right shoulder formation here. Neckline being between that 693 and these 693.95 in this territory here. Okay. Someone said descending wedge in the chat. Yep, I also see a descending wedge. But, yep, you can see it up here. If you use that resistance there. Let me make this. Right, but I'm saying more of from this 9 o'clock, not 9 o'clock. What am I talking about 9 o'clock? From 11:57 territory. From that territory beyond. Right. Of course, there's a retest there. All sorts of different things. Okay, so just get used to trying to identify those patterns. Right, trying to see what it really means. What does that pattern really mean? Okay, as long as that 694.50 is intact, that right shoulder formation is in play. Once that gets blown out, right, then we have a higher high. Okay, this is the right shoulder formation currently. Right shoulder formation currently. Oh yeah, so alumni are the people that that bought a boot camp, the last two boot camps. So they bought a boot camp seat previously. Okay, and so if you, any getting started boot camp. So the nature of the boot camps is going to be like this. Okay, so we're going to have different series. Okay, so we talked about this in 2025. We said we need to bring, or my goal is to bring the traders, or just traders in general, up to speed. When you start trading, there's a huge educational curve. Okay, it's like this. Huge learning curve. You start learning, you start right here, right? You're going to go on a wild ride. You start here, know nothing. Right? This is all the learning you need to do. This is all the learning you need to do, okay, to get to the point where you know. And believe it or not, one needs to, the trading is unique because what happens is, yes, there's a learning curve. Okay, a huge learning curve, especially options, and people don't even understand what an option is, contracts, so on and so forth, scalping, so much terminology if you're just brand new. So I break it into multiple phases. So the getting started, all right, so there's a certain level of education you need to receive to get over this learning curve. To get over the educational learning curve, it can take you anywhere from 1 year to 5 years to 7 years to 10 years. Just depends on how much time you can dedicate. The reality is, most people work full time. They don't have all the time to spend going all over the place, watching hours and hours of videos, navigating through all the content to really get over this curve. So this learning curve is a huge one, from 0 to knowing what you need to know to get to the next level. So the Getting Started series is right here. The Getting Started series right here. This is the most important things you need to know at the very beginning. At the very beginning, and it ramps you up to a certain level. It doesn't mean someone who's up here can't come here and learn, because there are things you can take away from this. But this is setting your foundation. Strong foundation. So the next series, guess what we're doing, guys? We're stacking. We're not going to go over the things we went over here. We are stacking. So this is a wide net. There's a wide net covering a lot of things. This starts becoming more niche. Okay, then it starts becoming a little more niche, because I want you to get to the point where you are day trading. If we're doing the day trading learning curve, right? It starts wide and it starts getting tighter and tighter and tighter because it's very specific. So we're here. So the Getting Started folks are here. So if you take any Getting Started boot camps, we did 3 so far. Anytime we go back and do a Getting Started, if you're an alumni, if you've paid before, if you purchased a ticket before, you have access to the boot camp. When we do another series up here, okay, another more advanced series, right? This is no longer Getting Started. So this is like the prerequisite. This is like day trading 101/102, and this is a different course. So can you take this course? Sure. But I highly recommend that you know the prerequisites, understand the prerequisites. Because there's no going back and covering all this stuff here and here. We just don't have the time. So if you're alumni, in here, if we do this series a few times, okay, no matter how many times we do it, you have access. If we do this series, a more advanced topic series, and we go back to Getting Started 1 month, the Getting Started folks have access. The folks on this course don't have access yet unless they purchase. That's what I mean by alumni. Okay? So my job is to get you from here to here and finally over this steep learning curve. There's so much information you need to consume. There's so many things you don't know. And you don't even know what you don't know. You don't know what you don't know. So this is my attempt at getting you from here to there in a sustainable way. All right, so Getting Started is here. And if you're starting all the way here, it doesn't matter how much advanced information you know. If your fundamental is off, if you don't understand the core principles properly, right, you're not going to do well up here. There's going to be a lot of gaps in your understanding. You want to gradually go through the steps. Because when you start trading, when you start putting size on, when you start really tackling this trading thing, you're depending on everything you learned. So when you're up here, you think you're ready, and there's holes in your understanding, it's going to really show. All right, so take your time, commit yourself to the education, learn. Okay, so what's taking place here, guys? Was that a right shoulder? Yes or no? Was that right shoulder? Yes or no? So we're doing some price study. So now, right shoulder, entry into neckline, you're already green. Look at that. So where are you classically? Where is retail classically trained? Retail is classically trained. I'll go over this in the boot camp in detail. Okay, retail is classically trained to go short here. All right. A matter of fact, if you look at head and shoulder setups, this is what it looks like. Most traders, this is their risk. So how can you take a trade this wide with this much reward? So now if you're taking that from that neckline, you need to take it all the way at least 1-to-1, 2-to-1, so on and so forth. If you take that right shoulder, right? You're less risk. Your destination is neckline. Runners all the way through the break. You're in position. Okay. $11.04. What calls did I take here? I took the 692 calls. 0 DTEs at 11.04. All right, so do we break here? Do we break or do we continue to go? I do not see any shoulder. Okay, I think that's from earlier, 12.50. Now, most traders are going to say, okay, it's a head and shoulder now. If you get into the habit of trying to see these patterns a little bit earlier, there's a fine line. All right, you'll put yourself in the best position. More than a head and shoulder, what is a SAT entry? SAT, what setup is this, guys? The SAT entry is all the way up here. That grab. Okay. So hopefully you guys are learning from that. I think a couple of our team members, anyone took the calls at 11:04? If you did, great job. The initial pump led to a 60% plus, came down a little bit. If you still took it, it was probably still single digit green, and then it finally went all the way up there. All-time highs. So to give you some context, my fill at that time was 123. 123, and those contracts are at 198 now. Okay, they're about $70 per con. A lot of premium has been taken off of them. A lot of time has passed since 11, close to 2 hours. So now if I take the head and shoulder pattern, right, it's like you're making your entry on support. Some traders don't know how to properly, right, have that entry model when it's in support. It's a tough task because you need this thing to move decisively. If I was forced to take it, my risk would be my next key level prior to ATH. But you want to put yourself in position before. So it's a win-win. It's either a win or a win-win. Win, win-win, or loss. Okay, the chart requests. We had a couple of chart requests earlier. We had Intel, we had NVIDIA. Let's go with Intel. Intel. INTC. We know that the government has a stake in Intel now. The precedent is being set. We talked about Intel last year. Who remembers when we talked about Intel last year? Above 24.49. And now Intel, there was 2 phases to it, right? Get back above 25 psychological level. Get back into that 32.31, and now Intel is breaking this major downward compression. So Intel is on the verge of a breakout, or it's in the middle of a breakout. That's on the monthly. If we drop down to the weekly, let's take off the EMAs real quick, clean up the chart a little bit so you can see it from a technical standpoint, just price action. So what does Intel look like on the monthly? All right, so you guys tell me, how does Intel look on the monthly? The line of thinking at that particular time, guys, was to see if we get that break above 25. It took us about 397 days. All right, so we're talking about the leaps. If it gets above 25, take the leaps for at least 364 days. All right, if you recall. And now it's already gone. It was helped by the government acquisition, of course, 10% stake. And now Intel is trying to get to that 51. 50 on watch on Intel. Can it hold 45 currently? It's at 45, psychological level. Going to be critical. On the monthly, breakout. On the quarterly, breakout after continuation. On the yearly, directional. So yearly directional. Quarterly, looks good. Monthly, bullish. Weekly, nice push. Daily, nice push. That 212 fueled it from today. So now, on the daily, we're starting to see Intel building up this nice channel. This is the current channel that it's using. So we know in the back of our minds, if we're looking to swing, if we're looking to take leaps on Intel, we're directional on all the time frames, essentially. All right, so Intel, this is the path that it's taken after that breakout. Okay, so if you're looking for a pullback entry on Intel, see if we can get some sort of reaction off that 45. Right, start to slip a little bit, pull back a little bit off that 45. Right, and then maybe reclaim 45 into 50. That's currently what it's doing. So in this channel, if it continues to use this channel to the upside, where would you want to buy your calls? All right, so put in the chat. If Intel decides to use this channel after breaking out, where would you want to buy your calls? All right, what's the best practice? Best practice to buy the calls. Can it just do this? It can. Can it just do this? Yes. But there's something called best practice. All right, can it just go? It can. Right, so ideally, if it is continuing, you're going to have to be a little patient. You have to just say, hey, you know what? I like the fact that it broke out. Now, it's direction on all the time frames. See if we can get close to the bottom of this channel. The only way, okay, I would look for this channel to be, for calls off that channel, top of that channel, is this. We're at 45. We get a parabolic push off 45. And that parabolic push is so apparent, right, that it just goes boom. That's the only way. Outside of that, the ones who are getting compensated are the ones that were in early. So let it kind of just continue to respect this channel. Unless you believe that it's going to break above that 45 and accelerate, right? I would wait for this channel, stock Intel. Let it come back a little bit into that territory, right? So on and so forth. Because the dip opportunity already came and went. The ultimate dip opportunity already came and went. So these are the drawings from last year. 25. Bottom of the channel, exactly. Okay? Because you're going to have a comfortable seat. Okay, what I mean by a comfortable seat is your pursuit, the next pursuit above 45 is 50. Okay, it's 50. That's the next destination. So, in your pursuit to 50, we have some resistance up there. You want to try to have the most comfortable seat. You want to sit through the least amount of turbulence. All right? Do planes that experience turbulence meet their destination? Yes, they do. But it's a little bit uncomfortable, but you'll get to your destination. All right? Turbulence means sitting through drawdown, sitting through a little bit of back and forth. So the only way that 45 comes into play is just a major break. So if you ask me, Intel is a little overextended on the daily. For something on the weekly or the monthly. Something on the bigger picture. If you're thinking leaps, whether you get it at 45 or 43 is not going to matter. Okay? What's going to be more important is the time you're in the position. Okay, the leap, I already came and went. Right? So you have to start building that thesis. Okay, I think I found the one at 697. Okay, do you push to 100? If so, do you hardwire your stops? So my stops, I don't have fixed stops. My stops are mental stops, 10 to 15%. Right? Sometimes the trade can still be valid on the chart. Okay, so the trade can be valid on the chart. So what I mean by it is this. Okay, my stop is a little bit of a hybrid stop. So, for instance, okay, say there's an idea. Idea comes up, and this is the ideas, the risk with the idea. All right, the way you have your stop is, again, it's up to you. All right, say there's a certain key level I'm paying attention to. Okay, this is for the option side, the 0 DTEs. Okay, I love this key level, lines up. And say this is where the invalidation marker is for that key level. Okay, so what that means is the idea itself will get invalidated. The idea itself on the underlying will get invalidated when it breaks below these lows. Therefore, the idea's risk is here. As long as price is within this red box or beyond, the trade is valid on the underlying. The thing we have to understand, guys, is we're trading the underlying. We're using the underlying to trade the contract. So sometimes the underlying and the contract move, although they're generally moving in the same direction, depending on some variables, it can move differently. So what I mean by that is say, okay, trade setup comes in. All right. All right, so we take that entry. No. We take that entry. All right, so obviously in this case, it's calls. Take the call. I take the calls there. I take the calls there. See maybe 5%, 6%, nothing much. And then I just get this drop. So on the underlying, I have not been stopped out on the underlying. But from my mental stop perspective, I like to keep my losses between 10 to 15% with those zeros. Okay? Then I'll probably get stopped out here. That's me. Although the idea is valid, I get stopped out here. Right? The underlying is still showing signs of the trade is still good. Since the idea is still valid, if it reestablishes itself, if what I like to get into the entry itself is still valid when it comes back into it, right, I will re-engage. So it's a unique approach. The reason is because I'm protecting the capital over the idea. So if it sets up, if it's really going to go, it's going to go. So this stop out is just the cost of doing business. It's the cost of insurance. Because if it does break with those zeros, the nature of the zeros, you can quickly go from 15, 20 to 30, 40 to 50, 50, 60 real quickly. All right? So that's how my stop is. Okay? Some traders like to, because the reason is because you have to understand, guys, that this gets broken down in the boot camp. All right? On paper, both SPY, on paper, in a vacuum. Okay? On paper. If SPY is moving up, the contract should be moving up. Okay? SPY is moving up, the contract should be moving up. We all agree. SPY up, contracts up. Doesn't matter what contracts you buy. SPY down, contract down. On paper, because the contracts are what the underlying, the contracts are tied to the underlying. But there are variables that impact the contracts. Sometimes SPY is going up, and for some reason the contract is not moving uniformly to the upside as much as SPY is moving up. Sometimes SPY is barely moving and the contracts are moving. But the general direction is correct, but the movement of the underlying itself is a little different. So my risk is I'm looking for something on the underlying to trigger me to buy the contract. If something takes place on the contract before it takes place on the underlying, I'm cutting the contract. I'm not trading SPY. I'm trading the contract. When you're trading options, you are not trading this. You are trading the contract. So my primary focus is I'm using this to make money with this. If this moves a little differently or goes beyond my threshold, although this still looks good, I'm cutting this because it went beyond my threshold. If it sets back up and it still looks good here and it's still valid, I'm rebuying this. But the whole point is to sit through the least amount of drawdown. That's my whole thesis. That's what works best for me. The less drawdown I can see, the less drawdown I can sit through, the quicker I can be wrong, the better. I don't do good when I'm in drawdown for a long time. Okay, that's not the edge. If you're trading futures, if you're trading further dated contracts, it can be a little bit different. When you're trading futures, all right, there are no external variables like the Greeks that are impacting the futures. So you can trade at face value. So you're trading the chart itself. Okay? So if you're in the position, so say for instance, if I'm in this trade with ES or gold. I'll use gold for the example because I've been scalping gold past this week during Asia. Okay? So I'll use gold for example. If I'm taking this gold trade, right, if this is my risk, I'm not looking to exit because it's chopping around. So say I take this trade, right? I have my TP1, TP2. All right, save it as a 2-to-1. I have the 1-to-1, the 1, and so on and so forth. Set. Everything is already set. It's a set and forget. Just because gold is not doing what I want it to do, but it's still in this area, I'm not getting rid of the position. There's no contract. There's no contracts that are losing value. So it's a different line of thinking. So I can really play the risk. The risk is here. The idea is invalid. The trade is invalid. The nature of options is different. Okay, so hopefully that answers your question in detail as far as stops are concerned. Right, that's why I'm trading this. I'm using this. Look at this breakdown, beautiful breakdown. Okay, so I'm trading the contract itself. All right, I don't like too much. We can't control the frequency of the losses. But we can control how much we lose, and we can control how long we're in drawdown. How many times you lose, sometimes that's not up to you. That's not up to you. That's just probability. When you win, what you do with the position, that's up to you. When you're green, when you're red, how you manage it, that's up to you. You can never go, in my opinion, this is my take, you can never go wrong with having a tight stop. If you have a well-refined strategy, are you going to get stopped out of some positions? Yes. With those early stop outs, you know what those early stop outs are protecting, guys? Those early stop outs are protecting you from, keep in mind, I went short here. All right, kind of just got, while waiting for this, got distracted with this. I went short here. Say I got stopped out a few times before, a little early, and decided to extend my stop for a reason because I got stopped out in the past before and the trade was valid. That's what the market wants you to do. The market wants you to flip-flop. So here, stop out, don't have to deal with this. Matter of fact, flipped, caught it. All right, so same thing. The less drawdown you experience, especially in the options world, especially in the zero DTE world, in my opinion, the better. You can always re-engage. You can always reassess. All right, that's what works best. And if you really think about it, if it's a winning strategy, just by the fact it's a winning strategy, you should be right fairly quickly. Right? You should be right fairly quickly. Okay? No, mental stop. Mental stop. I heard 10 to 14 stop. Thanks, 10 to 15. And 10 to 15 is very conservative. Okay, it's very conservative. All right? You'd be surprised. Some people, just to be right, they'll have a 60%, 70% stop. And this is for zero DTs. For swing trades, different stop loss. You can't have a 10% stop loss. It doesn't make sense. So if I'm swinging something, right, my stop, I'm okay with losing half the position right out the bat. So 50% to the downside is open because there's less things you can control. So with swing trading, you can't be, the swing trades just, they're not available every single day. The conditions have to be right. You can take your time on taking the trade, so on and so forth. So now, the head and shoulder makes sense. It always makes sense after the fact. So look what they did here. Even if you took the neckline break, they break it, shake it, re-break it, and retest and break it down. So if I'm trading the head and shoulder neckline break, I'm getting involved here on the break of that support, flip it, turn to resistance, retrace, reject. Okay. Make sense? It's 1:30. 1:30 p.m. Eastern. If you're a first-time viewer, let's know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Join our community next week with a jam-packed show. We got the boot camp this Saturday. Keep in mind, boot camp. This is the last boot camp, last day to sign up for the boot camp. Make sure you sign up. If you do sign up tomorrow, even later after the stream, you can maybe make the cutoff point, but it's best if you want to sign up right now. Use the code LAST. When the stream is done, that code LAST will expire. So if you did win the bootcamp giveaway in the past, okay, just send me a quick message on Discord. I know who the winners are, so send me a quick message on Discord, just to get your name at the top of my DM, so I can add you to the email chain. All right, emails will be going out later tonight. Boot camp is 11 p.m. Eastern. I had to move it over by an hour instead of canceling it. I know it's last minute, but things come up. But the boot camp will still go on. All right. There's our third class. Alumni are invited. Yearly bundle. Members are invited. Just let me know. You got to send me a message to let me know that you want to join. And we'll have that ready for tomorrow. Okay. And let's even get 2,700 subs, guys. 2,700 subs. We're 6 subs away. 6 subs away. 6 subs away. I really want to give out the boot camp ticket, but I have to give you guys an incentive. There has to be an incentive, right? Incentives are very important. It's tit for tat, right? There's no, like, for even the people who are enjoying the stream on YouTube, right? Taking the information, applying the information, right? You're spending your time. So in some way, shape, or form, you're giving something. All right. So for me to give the boot camp, let's at least, I really want to do the giveaway. We didn't hit 50. Let's at least get to 2,700 subs. All right. 2,700 subs. We want to get over that hurdle before 2 o'clock. If we can do that, all right. If we can do that and get 40 likes, 3 boot camps will be given away. 3 boot camps will be given away. All right. 3 of them will be given away. You got your mission. Now you got to just go do it. Make it happen. Is our friends at CNBC down? Let's see. Absolutely close. And if you've been on the team for more than 3 weeks, 2-3 weeks, if you're closing in on your first month, leave a testimonial if you can. If you've been there for more than a week, leave a review on Gumroad. All right. I always say there's a lot of people who have a lot of self-doubt, right? And they need that extra layer of social proof to really take the next step, right? They've been hurt many times, whether it's Discord, whether it's buying a mentorship community for $10,000. I mean, you'd be surprised what some of the stuff that is out there is just if you know, you know, right? Okay. Okay, so some people charge $10,000, all right, for picking stocks. They give you a stock pick, use the EMA, and charge you $10,000. So that's the kind of space I'm trying to provide value in. All right, really trying to get you educated so you can really take the steps to regain control and unlock your true mission. All right, that's the whole point. This is it. We're back at that 693.95, which is that previous all-time high. And later this month, or maybe the beginning of February, small account is loading. Small account challenge. I didn't forget that. A lot of you have small accounts. We're going to do the small account challenge together. And that's going to be in the Discord. Futures, that's coming as well soon. All right, I just don't want to spread myself thin. I can already see when I do trade the futures, when I do trade gold, the setup on gold has been very straightforward past this week. When the setup is straightforward, I just keep milking it. Even though I'm tired, I just keep milking it because I'm just setting it and forgetting it. But even when you're in the trade, it takes mental capital. The setup on gold has been straightforward past 3 days. If you've been trading gold with the past 3 days, all right, the setup has been, I'll show you what the setup has been. If you've been trading it, you know. All right, so on gold, prior day's range, we look for this every day, guys, nothing different. 50% retrace. So take notes. If you see this happen over and over again, rinse and repeat. Okay? We sweep the lows, we come back, retrace, reject, slide back to downside. VWAP there, confirmation, some key levels there as well. That's what we've been seeing. Yesterday, we didn't sweep the levels. Right, so this, been milking this. Very simple model. Okay? You can play it both ways. Very simple model. No, anybody can understand this. The other way, but that range needs to be taken out. If that range is not taken out, you can also play it, but it's preferred if the range is taken out. So everything tied to this equilibrium with one more piece of confluence there. The VWAP has been lining up beautifully with that area. All right, go take a look at the gold's chart. Take a look at gold's chart, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay. Then just like that, we wake up. We're trading in this channel. Just like that. When we're so close to all-time highs, the issue is the fact that we can get to all-time highs within minutes. That's always in the back of your mind. And then boom. Do we have any futures trader on the YouTube chat? Any futures traders? Did this make another push to ATH? VIX falling off a cliff. We were talking about Target earlier. See if we can look at the PE of Target. I want to take a look at the PE. So if we take a look at Target, okay, the industry PE is 23, Target's PE is 15, so it's trading below PE, price to earnings. That's one fundamental metric. You can use a handful along with the balance sheet, current price. If we take a look at it to its competitors, Target, Walmart, Costco, Amazon, industry average. Those are the PE. So Target has the lowest PE comparison to Walmart, Costco, Amazon. So we can see 193, conservative buy price. 216, aggressive buy price. So where is target in relation to that? It's at 105. So this is it. So what if we can? So it just needs a positive earnings and all the political stuff that it's going through to kind of just die down, or they need to make some leadership adjustment. Okay. And now do your fundamental due diligence, and you'll be good to go. What a push. Again, the ones who don't take profit are the ones who get punished. Okay? The ones who don't manage risk, the ones who don't take profit, always get punished. Because again, if you're not taking the profit, if 69 cents is not enough, the market just goes. Okay? Market just goes. Now back to all-time highs. Shift grab there. Okay, until 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock to hit that mark. I really want to do the giveaway for the boot camp. We have a boot camp coming up tomorrow. We're 5 subs away. Five subs away. $6.95 is up there. $6.95 is up there. Let's take a look at the hourly. So that's the 15. Hourly. Okay, here we go. Hourly. So every hourly pullback is getting bought back up. So this hourly pullback, right off that monthly upside breaker. This hourly pullback into that shift highs. So we're going 1 hour pump, 1 hour pullback, 1 hour pump, 1 hour pullback. So what do you need to wait for in this case? 1 hour pullback. Unless you want to play continuation. On the 15. Okay. There we go. Nice hammer off that level. Continues to push. So you're going to see some sort of red and then hammer. Red, hammer. Red, hammer. On the 5. So selling, hammer. Selling, engulfing. Selling, hammer. Easier said than done, but you get the idea. Easier said than done, but you get the idea. And now we're in all-time highs once again. And the Qs are working their way to the upside as well. Qs are working their way to the upside. So how have we been interacting with shift highs? Our last interaction, we broke above it. Compression, continue push. 695 is awaiting us there. 695 is awaiting. Do we get to 695? $1 million question is, do we get to 695? Breaking news. And we do have the tariff hearing as well, the Supreme Court tariff hearing. I believe that's today, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, breaking news. Like, what is it? Are you just going to leave the breaking news thing on? It just says breaking news. Okay, there we go. Energy executives to discuss Venezuela with president officials. Okay. Talk about a cliffhanger. Let's take a listen.
And I think, the collective nature of the president bringing people together to talk about the situation and hopefully come up with some very good results.
Would Continental be willing to or able to go into Venezuela?
Sure, sometime probably, but we have no plans to do that. That's something that has to be addressed by a lot larger companies.
So Ham's saying what every oil and gas company CEO that I've talked to, which is pretty much all of them in the last 24 hours, 36 hours, has said, Kelly, which is, yeah, Venezuela is there. Some of these companies like Conoco and Exxon used to be there, but they're not going to go there until there's security guarantees. The country is stable. We don't even really know who at this point is ruling the nation. Also, you mentioned the price of oil on the way in. Let's be very clear. At the wellhead, as they call it, Venezuelan oil is fairly inexpensive, but it's an expensive proposition to operate in that nation. And that country's oil infrastructure is in shambles, literally in some cases physically falling apart. They went from 3.4 million barrels a day January 1998 to about 800,000 or 900,000 barrels a day now. First step would be to rebuild some of that infrastructure. We know the U.S. is going to get some Venezuelan oil, sell it, keep that money, and give it back to Venezuela when they think they are ready. Listen, we should get more details from this meeting. Maybe we'll let us inside. We're going to find out. I think all future meetings should be held in Miami.
Yeah, or Brian, if they're in a construction mood, they need like a portico, right? So you don't have to stand outside under the open, under the open sky.
Or something called an umbrella, which are apparently too
that would be
cheap to purchase.
Yeah. Brian, we'll see you soon. Thanks very much, Brian Sullivan.
Thank you.
And the Trump White House may be going big on developing the oil industry in Venezuela, but our next guest says it'll only have a modest impact on the oil price. Joining us is Jeff Curry. He's the Chief Strategy Officer of Energy Pathways at Carlyle. And Jeff, I think it's important to highlight at a time when a lot of other folks expect or think the oil price is going to be where it is, a little bit lower. The administration's pushing it that way. I mean, you're warning the price should and could start to go much higher. Is that right?
Well, I think the market has gone up, $3 yesterday, another $1 today. But let's look at gold. Gold is, testing new highs. I like to point, as you said, the fundamental impact is relatively modest on Venezuela on oil. But the situation in Venezuela and the impact on geopolitical risk is very large. That's what gold is telling you. For oil importers, whether you're China, India, or Europe, the world got a lot more.
So just saw your comment, Soupy Dragon. Good afternoon. Wait an hour. Yeah, if you're playing an hourly pullback, you wait for an hour. So wait for hourly selling, followed by a continuation. See if you get a nice bounce out that that shallow. Right, very, very shallow bounce into 695. All-time highs. That path, previous all-time high retest is 690.95.
So, and I've heard this, and many people, we've talked about this, Amrita Sen, Halima Croft, Peter Bookvar, this idea that the market sees a glut of a couple million, I don't know how you describe barrels a day or barrels in general, this year, and is therefore keeping the oil price down. But more and more people are saying, no, but that glut is only in ships that are on the sea. You're saying they're near China, and China could just take it.
Take it. Most of those ships are dark fleet ships anyway. They're already Chinese insurance, Chinese payment systems. So they're either Russian, Iranian. Part of what, when we look at Venezuela, it was in the crosshairs of Iran, Russia, and Venezuela. And there's a lot of issues there from a geopolitical perspective. But I think going back to when we look at the oil market in that surplus that you're talking about, the short in the market now is bigger than that excess floating storage, and most of it sitting outside in places like the South China Sea. So you're looking at that going, what are your relatively risk? I like the point, you got a record short, demand is holding up, and geopolitical risk is quite high. That's a recipe for some potential upside movements in prices. And again, the market has moved a lot recently.
It has. It's moved $5 since you and I spoke about this. I mean, what about the idea of fundamentally the supply and demand situation? I thought it was that we were oversupplied for a variety of, you can go through country by country, demand is whatever it is, and there's like a structural oversupply that just kind of we work through by 2027. Is that not the case?
Well, I like to make this point, is if you're having to scrape the data to find the evidence of your supply glut, it's not a real supply glut. I've lived through them, and Kelly, you've been through them. These things hit you over the head like a sledgehammer. You don't have to go through the data and try to find them. You know, prices would be collapsing, the front of the curve would be hit hard, inventories would be swelling around in here. And let me point this out. Inventory tanks sitting on land are the cheapest ones out there. Keeping oil on a tanker is the most expensive out there. If you were doing storage arbitrage and building inventories because of a glut, wouldn't you be putting it in the cheapest tanks in the world and not the most expensive ones?
And not just...
So there's a lot of problems here. Your market is backwardated, it doesn't pay for storage.
Bounce or breakdown brewing. Breakdown would be that trap, those highs. Bounce means holds that shallow level, continues to push.
I'm not going to say I know better or anything like that, but you got to look at all these flags and ask, hey, what is this thing flashing? And let's look at gold sitting there going, hey, geopolitical risk. You got Iran, you got Russia. There's a lot of risk out there, and having that big of a short with that type of risk, I think, is quite dangerous.
And we can hold above this candle's high, 694.59. Look to push it the upside. Look to take it the upside. If we fall below shallow, turns into a trap, opens the door for that healthy. Struggling there. Do they trap it one more time? So look to wrap up the stream at 2 o'clock. If you're enjoying the stream, smash the like button. So the opportunity is tied to the shallow level. See if you get that hold. VIX is starting to wake up. 5-minute shooter. Five-minute shooter candle. So we're already at all-time highs. We broke here. Massive push to the upside here. See if you can hold above 694.59. Want that 5-minute candle to shape up. Get that hold above it on the 5. The 5 is still up for grabs. We did trigger those lows on the 5. Breaking news.
That the president posted on social media last night in advance of the jobs number being released this morning, some CEA analysis of the jobs picture, which sort of implied that some of the details that were in the jobs report. Remember, the president gets the jobs report the night before it's released publicly. Lots of security around that in order to protect that number because it is such a big market-moving number. Now the White House is responding to the fact that the president posted that on social media. Here's what they say. They say, following the regular procedure of presidents being pre-briefed on economic data releases, there was an inadvertent
Take the calls there. Take the calls there. Oh, I accidentally took the puts. 1 second. Let's see if we can pull back a little bit. Accidentally took the puts -1. Okay, pull back one more time. Pay attention to that 5. 5-minute has 5 seconds left. Okay, take the calls right there. Risk will be close below shallow. I'm in the calls. Push back into these highs. We're in the jaws. There's 1 minute efficiency. See if we get that continued push to the upside. We break below shallow, get stopped out. Break below shallow, get stopped out. If you're still waiting for that 5-minute close, that's the trigger. About to get stopped out here, down 9, down 10. We need one last wick. If not, we'll get stopped out. If we get that to wick, that'd be great. Now close below it. See if that zone can hold. So you get that wick. It's coming into the waves there as well. So now the fact that we wicked, we need to use that wick momentum to go. We can't spend too much time there. The more time we spend there, the more we start leaning towards that breakdown. Separation is needed. VIX is headed to back the upside. All right, so it's going to help if the VIX can go in our way. We know we're at all-time highs, so it kind of gets invalidated there. So let's see if we get this hold. Hold, stay in, break down, get out. We need that hold. This 5-minute candle. Need that 5-minute candle to get above 694.66 to really start moving to the upside. Okay, late day. Keep in mind it's late day. All right, so contracts are losing value at a exponential rate. We need that 5-minute candle to go engulfing here. If it can't, close above this. Gotta get out. Because that's going to open up the door for a trap. So I'm playing the shallow bounce. Shallow bounce. Right? In what can work against it is that trap. So I have to be aware of the trap. The trap is looming, so if it breaks below here, continues to close, opens the door for that trap. So there's 5 minutes, 2 more minutes left. Need that hold. See if we can hold as a hammer. Go tweezer bottom. Okay, about to get stopped out here. Stopping out there. Okay, stopped out there for 12. Stopped out there for 12. If it sets up, I can take it again. If it dumps, then I won't have to deal with the dump. Don't have to deal with the dump. So I'm still waiting for that hold. Right. Still waiting for that hold. If it sets up again, I can re-engage. Just want the dust to clear. Want that 5-minute candle to clear. We're seeing some selling pressure on that 5. If your stop was a little wider, you're still babysitting, sitting in a little drawdown. Okay, I want that 1 minute close back above it. 5-minute close in 57 seconds. See if you can push right here. See if you can push. Qs are pushing to the upside. IWM and Dow are selling off. IWM and the Dow selling off. Okay, moment of truth here. We see the VIX headed north. Okay, now we got that 5-minute closure here. Good. 5 minutes about to close. All right. New 5-minute candle coming up. So this 5-minute candle. There's all lotto afternoon lottos. And an attempt at a push into more ATH. Critical juncture. If you're short, you want the opposite thing to come true. You don't want it to bounce and get to those highs. You don't want the bounce and get to those highs. We'll let the dust settle. I do like the fact that there's some wicks here. Right, there's some wicks there. But one of those wicks need to lead to a push. One of those wicks need to lead to a push. Nice little downward compression. Just teetering on the fence. The Qs continue to go. Okay, Qs continue to go. See if we can course correct on the IW. Okay, I'll take it right there again. Okay, second attempt. Same thing, no close below those wicks. Second attempt. No close below here. See if you can finally go. If it breaks below it, then I get stopped out again. But with the fact that we have 3 consecutive wicks on the 5 at that level, looks encouraging. We just need to make something with it. We just need to make something with it. If the VIX can start pushing to the downside, it can help our case. It can help our case if it continues to pump. So no close. No close. It's getting tight. Which way does it go, guys? Upside or downside? You don't have to have a horse in the race. Would you be bullish or bearish here? Would you be bullish or bearish here? There we go. Okay, go, go, go. Go, go, go. If you did take that, manage accordingly, TP where you need to. This is a lotto. So I need this to push a little further. Okay, get above those highs. Want the VIX to start falling off a cliff if it can. Hold above that 694 or 63 would be great. No close below here. Want some follow through behind that push. 5-minute closure, 694 or 63 will help a case. Will help the case, okay? Will help the case here. One-minute waves are waving. Now stack. Don't give back what you just did here. Stack. Candle over candle. Get above it. For this 1 minute juncture here, within this 1 minute and 40 seconds on this 5-minute candle, closure above 694.63 will be helpful. We're in the jaws of this candle's inefficiency. All right, so we're trying to rule out as a trap. Okay, we're trying to rule out that trap. Did see 7-8% already. That's a good TP if you're playing that. See if you want more push. Lotto hour. I want to push into these highs up here. Break down or break back the upside? $1 million question. They're crushing a lot of premium here. A lot of premium is being crushed. A lot of premium is being crushed. So I'll adopt bearish thinking. If we get that close below NC. And bullish thinking as long as we're above it. Okay. So going nowhere fast here. Going nowhere fast. Going nowhere fast. If this was in the morning, early in the morning, 7-8%, that's a good TP with the majority. In pursuit of these highs here, that's the objective. But we need to get above 694. Now this has been adjusted. 694, 66. Okay. Starting to sell off here. Okay. We'll close it there. So back-to-back stop outs. Couldn't get that continued push. 12%, 12% apiece. Couldn't get that push. Now we're starting to look a little bearish here. The fact that we couldn't hold it, we grabbed those highs. Rejection, rejection, rejection. We had a chance to continue to push, but couldn't catch that. Couldn't get some follow through. So 2 trades, 1 idea, 2 trades in that territory, both stopped out for those lottos. And we'll be done for the day here. Okay. So for this to flip bullish, the line in the sand is reclaim. The only thing there now is a reclaim. Get back above this territory. Now it's leaning bearish. Probably wants to grab a little bit more of this push. So no real retracement after that initial push that we did see. No real retracement there, all right? So we just saw a massive push, no retracement. Okay, so we're not even at the 50% point. We're not even at the 50% point. So if you're waiting diligently in this lotto call area, say if you're waiting for some sort of hammer and a 2 down, 2 up. Okay, we'll cover all that stuff in the boot camp as well. So that strat stuff, all that stuff we'll cover in the boot camp. So that's something you might want to look for. President Trump to meet with oil executives over Venezuelan investment. Just chopping. If we can come back above NC, VIX starts to push to the downside. Maybe, but we'll just call it a day here. So far, 2 there. 4 trades. Only 1 marked in our favor. All right, stopped out, stopped out. Monster pushed the upside, stopped out, stopped out. Reclaim NC. This 5-minute candle. Let's see if we get a traditional hammer. Textbook hammer. Textbook hammer. Okay. If we can get one more textbook hammer. Indexes continue to push. It's just the IWs are pushing to the downside. Qs are pushing. See if the Dow can pick up the slack. Dow can pick up the slack. That'd be great. If we can get a hold above these highs. Patient entry. Patient trader wins. This candle's highs. I can give it one more attempt. Okay, give me one more attempt. My ultimate goal is to get it all the way into all-time high. Right? All the way back into these highs. Right? $23 seconds left. The VIX is not clearing out. That 5-minute hammer, downward compression. This might be the last push. Last attempt. We're this close to 695. Last attempt there. Looks like most of our strikers are done for the day. Okay. See if we can trigger that 694.57. If we can, I'm going long with the 3rd time. Same idea. You can argue, hey, why don't you just stay put on one trade? Right? That's a good argument. But if the validation marker is not holding, if it's not holding, if I get invalidated, then I got to get out. Because if this doesn't hold, if we start creating separation, it can get all the way here. That's what this back and forth is for. Okay. Buyers and sellers are really fighting for this territory here. That's what they're fighting over. That's what they're fighting over. We're dipping into the jaws of that buy block. This could be the last flag downward compression off that. Off of a third shift highs. If you're playing premium to discount, you're short here. If you're playing pull back, push back the upside, you're looking to go along in this territory. Confirmed entry, strat entry, 694.57. That's the trigger. If we convert that to here, it's up there. Okay. Do the bulls have one more push? They already did their work. They already did their job. Do we have one more push to the upside in us? Or did we come back to this healthy territory and to prior ATH? Hourly still bullish. Nice little wick. We're still holding enforcement. Okay, we're starting to see the VIX showing a little bit of weakness. Will help us to see weakness. Won't hurt. Okay. I really want to take this last attempt on stream before 2 is already 2 o'clock. Okay, let's see. Let's see. So a lot of premium burn. So we did see some green, 7-8%. All right, we're trying to play the push. If we drop clear close below these levels, if you look at the 5-minute candle, this is what the 5-minute candle looks like. Okay, major push, starting to compress. If you're waiting for that break of that resistance for your entry trigger, keep waiting. Gotta keep waiting. So how long have we been in this territory? Since 145. Since 145. Okay, it triggered. Triggered that 5. Starting to go. So come back into 694.57. I'll be on board for a third time. Just have to be a little more patient. So you can come back in, slightly come back into 694.57. If you waited patiently for the trigger, waited for a hammer. Hammer, hammer, hammer. The final hammer is here. 694.57 is that entry. Just coming just a little bit. Come in, come in, come in. Get retest of that green line. One more drop. One more little drop. Okay. I'll take it right there. Last attempt. Last attempt. If we break below the NC, then that'll be it. So last attempt at the call. Stopped out once, stopped out twice. Idea played out. Now let's see if he gets stopped out a third time. Betting on that level to hold. Betting on that level to hold. See if he can hold. These highs are giving us some issues. Looks very trappy up there. You see that, guys? Midday action. Midday manipulation. MDM. Midday manipulation. Midday manipulation. Okay, want some follow through. We know the 5 is direction already. There we go. There we go. Okay, there we go. Go, go, go. Up 14, TP where you need to if you did take this. Okay. TP where you need to if you did take this. Trying to see if I can get a push into that 694.75. Or these highs up here. Need the VIX to start falling off a cliff. Okay, I'll take some off right there at 12 for good measure. Okay. And see if the runners can get into those highs. This can be resolved with just having a better entry or just being a little more patient. But you can see the idea. This one did see a little bit of green, about 8%. Follow through is necessary. Want to see follow through. So see runners can lead us to all-time highs. So second attempt. Second run, second idea into all-time highs. First one, calls here, guys. The calls here went crazy. Okay, so let's see if we can catch another push. Keep in mind, this is just Lotto's. Midday Friday. Late day Friday. We're about an hour away from power hour. Okay. Might be worth just paying attention to the 5. Okay. The 1 is going to play with your emotions. Okay. So you can see the 5 we did break. Did we break that or not? So we broke. We do have some resistance overhead. All right. So now just draw your NC. Where is your NC? Where do you not want to see price close below? So for me, I want price to respect this cohort of buyers that came up here. There's a lot of buyers here, so I want those buyers to protect that price. Okay, if these buyers get reversed, close out. But I want this cohort of buyers to protect and defend that area. Okay, between that 694.77, 694.50. They give that up, then I'll part ways with the runners. So still, trap is still in play. And we're seeing the VIX is starting to accelerate here. So we need to defend. We need to defend this area. Need to defend. So at peak, did see 15%. Right. Bears are salivating over this potential breakdown. Go, go, go. Contracts are losing value at an exponential rate. Okay, so this is runner hour. So this runners want to see we get a push into this new all-time high in 695. That's the intention behind this. Okay. Two subs away. 2 subs away from 2,700. 2 subs away. Bootcamp giveaway. We're 2 subs away, and we are we're 6 likes away. 6 likes and 2 subs. All right, I'm trying to extend it. So if you sat through this a little bit, you at least get a double-digit pop. 695, first 694, 88, 695 is my target. Go, go, go. VIX spiking to the upside. We know how we feel about the VIX when we're at all-time highs. Qs continue to push. The Dows and the Qs continue to push. Dow's starting to recover some here. And IW is sitting right at that PMH. IW is testing that PMH and that VWAP. Okay. Let's get to 695. This will turn into maybe 55 to 70% trade. Okay. Do we get to 695? Do we get to 695 today? $1 million question. Keep in mind the boot camp is going to be delayed by 1 hour. Boot camp delayed by 1 hour. First target, of course, is these highs up here. And then 695 is next. Okay, up 16%. New all-time highs will officially be here. Okay. So you can officially say that you had multiple ideas that led you to all-time highs. Multiple ideas. Do we make new all-time highs here? If we do, that's great. So I could have done a better job just picking out a better entry. Okay. If I have a better entry, I shouldn't see that 12% drawdown. Okay. Do we make it to all-time highs once again? Take some more off right there at 16. For good measure. That 5 is looking good. Again, like I said, just pay attention to the 5. And what do we say on the hourly? Someone said, hey, what do we do? Okay, the blueprint is there. 1 down, green, red, green, red. Excuse me, green. All right. So if it's a clear uptrend, wait for that red hour. Okay, wait for that red hour. So some beautiful opportunities today, guys. Beautiful opportunities today. Looks like a majority of our team is done for the day. Great job, guys. If you're signing off, hopefully found value this week. If you have any questions, put your questions in the chat. We're right there. We are right there. We are merely pennies away. Handful of pennies away from all-time highs. Once again, so this is not the first all-time highs. If you're just jumping in, And if you haven't taken a look at the stock market yet, or SPY specifically, this is where we're coming from, guys. This is as bullish as it gets. Look at this. So this bounce, one for the ages. Write that down. Key zone bounce, one for the ages. So they paid the bulls, the bears. They paid a lot of participants today. They paid a lot of participants. Going into the weekend, look to adjust one thing. Look to adjust one thing. You don't have to overhaul your system. Make some tweaks. Okay, a few tweaks, and you're right there. All right, if you're looking to join our community, to set yourself up to take advantage of opportunities like this, again, calls in this territory. Okay, calls here. If you want to take advantage of those ideas and learn how to trade those ideas in real time, live trade mentorship community, join our community. Okay, if you consume the content, this trade itself can pay your tuition. Okay, but it's more of you learning how to do this rather than getting spoon-fed. Buy here, sell there, buy here, sell there. Okay? If you want to join the boot camp is available. We go over the price action principles. We go over how I find those zones. We go over everything in the boot camp. So it's truly a deep dive. And you really want to learn how to do this, especially in 26. I want to do the bootcamp giveaway. Okay, we need to hit 2,700 subs, 40 likes. We'll give it until 2:30. We've been extending the stream. So we'll give it until that time and then we'll wrap it up. Okay, it's been a long week. I got to prepare for the bootcamp. I got basketball game to coach. Over our third game of the season. Okay. A great season so far. And we got some playoff football. So who's looking forward to the playoffs? And if we have any Rams fans in the chat, it's not going to be your day tomorrow. Okay. Matthew Stafford is going to throw probably 2 picks, a pick 6. And the Panthers will take it. Low scoring game. Panthers take it. And eventually work their way to the Super Bowl. Okay. So again, trying to see if I can get this push into 694.88. So I will keep the stream on as long as this is valid. Once this gets stopped out, then we'll end the stream, okay? There we go. Go, go, go. ATH incoming. Another ATH. These highs there, no close there. So if you get stopped out here, you're basically recovering what you lost there. So either small red, if you waited for small red break even, if you wait a little more patiently, green. But you guys get the idea. You guys get the idea. And starting February, we hit 2,700 subs. Appreciate it, guys. Starting February, channel members, okay, on YouTube. I'm going to look to extend the stream there, and the stream will go private. I did a experimentation yesterday. All right, so starting February, all right, we're going to look to give our channel members a little more value on top of the value they already get on YouTube and look to extend the stream a little further. So I did see 20. See if the runner can push. If we get a close below 634.66, or get a close, if the runner goes back to red, then the stream will be over. If it continues to stay green, we will stay on the stream. In the meantime, great time to like the video. You hit one of the thresholds to get that boot camp. I asked for 2,700 subs. You guys helped us get there. We're at 37 likes. We need 3 likes. 3 likes before we get stopped out here. Okay? If you're just jumping in, we broke down the analysis, broke down the rationale behind the setup. It took me a couple of attempts. I was a little impatient there probably, but eventually did go 20% plus. And now we're just babysitting into push into ATH. My desire was to take into ATH. All right, so 2,700 subs. That's a huge milestone for the channel. We're still a small channel growing. So I appreciate the support, guys. Continue to share the content. Continue to like. All right, you have access to all this stuff on YouTube for absolutely free. The only thing it costs is your energy and your time. All right, so there's no program like this on YouTube. No program like this on YouTube. This much value. All right, let's see if we get that push. So you still have a little bit of time, guys. If this position goes red, I'm going to move that trailing stop. If the last part of my position goes red after taking profit, we'll end the stream. Okay, our target was all-time highs in 695 from this area. So for our strikers, lotto call with a hold, we end up holding. Lotto calls in that area. Okay. All right, here we go. Here we go. I'm going to do a poll on YouTube. I'm going to do an end of the week poll as well on in our Discord. All right, another idea to all-time highs. We're getting close. Okay, so if this breaks, if this trend line breaks, stream ends. So let me know on YouTube your end of week performance. Keep in mind, boot camp tomorrow. Boot camp tomorrow. Anyone take this by any chance? Any strikers take it for the ones who are still on the live? Anyone on YouTube take this position, take the calls? If you did, congratulations. Congratulations. Took some time, but it worked out. What a day, guys. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? That's the big question. So be on the lookout for the weekly. I'll drop a weekly recap video probably on Sunday or Saturday. A quick short video on some analysis on SPY. Now I'm going to check to see where the likes are. We have until that trend line breaks. Okay, all-time highs. Boom, new all-time highs. New all-time highs. ES, 7,013. SPX, 69.74. SPY, 694.88. Please don't do anything and try to unless it's your strategy, get the calls here. Very dangerous. Okay, the entry's down here. The entry's down here. Now, 695 is a target. Go, go, go. See if the bulls can start piling in. Naturally, this is a double top. So target hit. As long as this trend line remains intact, see if you can lead us at 695. Another one, guys. But you can see how quickly those contracts are losing value, because in the morning, this is a 60 to 80% trade. Okay. It's a slow grind higher. Slow grind higher. Slow grind higher. So all-time highs. 3 all-time highs in 2026 so far. What is our friends at CNBC talking about here? Let's take a listen.
Years. So it really is holding the steepening, but it has turned down. And one of the big issues today is the probabilities for January are near zero. They're near zero. Yesterday they were around 13%. Today they were like 2%. And that really has affected the dollar index. The more the probabilities go down, the higher the dollar index goes up. Dollar index right now is on pace for a 1-month high close. And in my opinion, we are pushing those rate cuts, if they occur at all, to the back half of 26. Kelly, back to you.
Rick, that is rich territory for discussion. Dollars going up. Rate cut odds are being scaled back. This is a huge story. Stop the presses, but we actually have more news to get to, and we'll come back to that, Rick. Thanks. We've got a news alert, in fact, on OpenAI, parent company of ChatGPT. Kate Rooney, what can you tell us?
Hi, Kelly. So OpenAI and SoftBank, one of their major backers, teaming up on a massive power investment. It seems like the theme of the day. The two are announcing a joint investment of $1 billion. This is into SB Energy. It's a privately held company. It's helping build out some of the data centers out there, also backed by SoftBank, so kind of full circle there. Each are going to be putting in $500 million, and as part of the deal, SB Energy is building out this 1.2 gigawatt data center in Texas for OpenAI. It adds to existing deals we've heard about with Microsoft, Oracle, CoreWeave, Google, for example. It does come, as Kelly, you were talking about earlier, Meta announcing deals tied to more than 6 gigawatts of nuclear power, so all of this really just underlines the...
Okay, SoftBank, OpenAI. Acquisition of private company. $1 billion in SB Energy. So AI is going to need a lot of energy. So there we go. All right. That trend line broke. Did see 20% plus. Okay, did take it out to all-time highs, and we'll close it out right there. All right. Let's see if we're at 40 likes. If we're at 40 likes, I'll do the giveaway. If not, guys, thank you for tuning in this week. We got to 2,700 subs. Couldn't get it done without you guys, without your support. 2702. Okay, see if we're starting to recover off that trend line. All right, so took the calls from here all the way there after a few stop outs. Could have done a better job on getting a better entry so I don't have to sit through that much drawdown. But overall, the idea played out. Execution could have been better. The idea played out. This week, going to the weekend, I'm looking to just improve my execution. The execution, tried to minimize the time between seeing the setup and taking the setup. That split second can make a difference. Right, so on the execution front, precision is so important. Look to make sure that I'm on time. All right, especially for my strategy, it's very important that execution is on point. A few seconds here or there can make a difference on if I get stopped out or not. So main thing is look for something to improve going into the weekend. look for one thing to adjust. Whether you're green, whether you're red, whether you're yellow, always make those constant improvements. Don't always wait to lose to make those improvements. If you're a first-time viewer over the weekend, go back and watch all the episodes. Right? Maybe watch that first hour to see how SPY moved. Okay, I try to provide thorough analysis so you can go back and watch and see what took place, minute by minute coverage from 9:30 all the way to 1 p.m. If you're a first-time viewer, tune into our show. Long-time viewers, take the next steps, join our community. For those of you who did join, let me know now on YouTube so I can give you the access right away. If you do join the yearly, you can save 65% and join our boot camp. And if you want to join our boot camp, again, last call to the boot camp is now. Okay, last call to the boot camp is now. Let's go over it real quick. Boot camp in less than 24 hours. So this time, tomorrow, okay, you can either have a bunch of information that you learned and be digesting it, or still be in the same position. So information is it's the only thing that can potentially change a situation. Information can change the situation. All right, everything else is just temporary, okay? So again, if you want to join the boot camp, make sure to click the link in the description, pinned in the chat. Pinned in the chat, use the code LAST, live boot camp, getting started day trading options boot camp. We cover all this stuff. Use the code LAST, absolute steal, 4 to 5 hours at 11 a.m. Eastern. So for the folks who did sign up, be on the lookout for the email. For the alumni, you'll be added to that email as well. And for the ones who are in the yearly, send me a message. If you sent it already, send it again so it can be at the top of my DM. If it's email, send me a quick email again. Hey, George, I'm on the yearly. Make sure you add me in the boot camp. All right? So look out for email today with the link to the boot camp tomorrow at 11 o'clock Eastern. Okay? So make sure to do that. If you enjoyed the content all week, if you enjoyed it for three or more days this week, if you're enjoying the free tier, if you're enjoying the free stuff, make sure to join the monthly. There's a few spots left. There's 8 spots left. You can either go with the monthly plan, that's a trial. Use the code TRIAL30. You save 25%. Okay, you save 25%, and it comes out to less than $30, less than $40. Absolute steal. Price increase will be coming. So take advantage. You have access to all these resources, guys. Delay free, ad free. YouTube, there's a delay. There's ads. If you're in the community, there's no ads. All right? Yearly bundle. Yearly bundle, you can take advantage of that. It's a great way to buy the bootcamp ticket, get the coaching call, and 12 months of access to our community. All for one price. Okay? All for one price. All right? There is a hack. Okay, there is a hack that I just noticed. So if you're smart enough to get that hack, kudos to you, but I have to patch that hack. Okay, if you go to Gumroad and click yearly, it does $3.99. And then if you apply the code TRIAL30, it's $2.99. So someone did that hack, and tremendous job on doing that. Right, tremendous job on doing that, because now they're able to get access for $2.99. So I have to patch that because I didn't know it was for that price. So while I patch it, again, take advantage. Some people are taking advantage already. So again, thank you for tuning in today, guys. Let's take a look at the likes. Thank you for tuning in all week. 703. We keep getting more subs. Appreciate it, guys. Appreciate it. But this is your time to win now. This is your time to win. So align yourself with our community. All right. How many likes? We got 40 likes. Okay. Giveaway time. 39 likes. Let's get one more like. One more like in the next minute. Okay. 40 likes. Okay. Okay. We'll do the giveaway. I will do 3 bootcamp giveaways. I've never done 3 bootcamp giveaways before. All right. So put your names in the chat for the bootcamp giveaway. We got 32 people on the check-in on the chat. So let's get 32 names. I'll be spinning the wheel. All right, so you need to send me a message right away. Everyone is eligible for the bootcamp giveaway. Okay, bootcamp giveaway. Let me send a message to our Discord. We're live now. Drop your name to have a chance to win. Okay. Boot camp giveaway. If you're in a free tier Discord, if you're in a paid Discord, wherever you are, if you're looking for a seat at the boot camp, if you're on Google Meets, wherever you are, drop your name. Okay, drop your name, drop your name, drop your name. If you're in a free tier, if you're on YouTube, wherever you are, everyone is eligible. Everyone is eligible. All right, we at least need 10 names, okay? 10 names. I can't, if it's 5 names, I can't give away 3 boot camps. Okay, at least that has to be a fair ratio. 5 names, 10 names, we'll do 2. 15 plus names, we'll do 3. All right, let's go to Google Meets real quick. So again, you're eligible for the giveaway. All you need to do is put your names in the chat. No strings attached. Okay. No strings attached. So I'll start putting the names. Julietta, Ralph, Panka J, Cynthia, Turbo. And if you can't make the boot camp, I will send you the recording. So strikers, if you want to be eligible as well, put your name in the chat. We'll have that available to 3 o'clock. We'll do the draw at 3 o'clock. At 3 o'clock, we'll spin the wheel. 3 o'clock, we'll spin the wheel. 3 o'clock, we'll spin the wheel for the boot camp. We'll go with Warrior. Warrior, everyone is eligible, whether you've been tuning in for 1 episode, 10 episodes, 100 episodes. You're a member, you're not a member. Everyone is eligible. So what's on the line? You have a chance to win. Not Forex Factory. My brain is completely toasted. All right. Okay, so you have a chance to win. Here, this right here. This is up for grabs. All right. Great way to kick off the year. Just know, 11 a.m. Eastern. 11 a.m. Eastern. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Got you, Lynn. Ian. And if you're just jumping in, perfect time to jump in. Perfect time to jump in. All right, so our primary purpose on this channel is to provide you strategies, commentary, trade ideas, while we trade SPY in real time. Okay? I make the argument over and over again. SPY, you only need 1 ticker to navigate these markets. Pick a ticker, especially one of these indexes. I like SPY. Pick it, stick with it, and build consistency around that. Okay? Build consistency around that. If you connect those dots, if you see what I see, it's late day anyways. Everything at this particular time is positioning for next week or lottos. All right? We haven't seen a volume imbalance in a long time. We got one. Yen, I got you, Yen. Right here. Smash the like button. We hit 2,700 subs, so I do appreciate that, guys. I do appreciate that. So 3K is the goal. 3K is the goal by the end of the month. We can hit it. All organic. Okay. So you have until 3 o'clock. Okay. 3 o'clock giveaway. So 3 p.m. EST. Giveaway. Put name in chat to win. Okay, so names in the chat before 3. Okay, names in the chat before 3. In the meantime, I'm going to take a quick break until then. All right, we'll see you on the other side of 3. I'll be here. I'll be back before that. But just a reminder, everyone is eligible. All you got to do is have a name. All you got to do is type it in the chat. 3 p.m. There we go. Another push. 695 right there. There we go, guys. Things are going to be very interesting next week. There's not going to be a lot of setups unless you know how to navigate for you to capitalize off of. So you definitely want to be part of our team. Okay. Look at that. So in this case, where would that best entry be? Always makes sense after the fact. After that, in this territory. Look at this. Runaway train. 695. We are above that 695 for the first time in history. And not a peep from CNBC. All right, let's see how long it takes them to tell us that.
More. 3 out of 4 realtors surveyed agree that Andersen products increase a home's value by at least 10%. Do the math. I think you're going to be happy. And when you're ready to sell your home, it's possible that your new windows and doors could help pay for themselves by increasing the value of your home. Before January 31st, buy one window or door and get the next one 40% off. Plus, get an additional $45 off each window and door with no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest for 12 months. And here at Renewal by Andersen, your local design consultants, measure technicians, certified master installers, and customer service team are all going to give you the best home improvement experience you've ever had. Let us show you colors, styles, and inspiration for your home. Get started by meeting with one of our design consultants by January 31st. Call 1-800-918-0808. That's 1-800-918-0808.
Join Julia Borstead with valuable insights from inside the C-suite.
We had absolutely no idea that Shake Shack would become Shake Shack.
CNBC Leaders Playbook. Back-to-back episodes. All new Wednesdays, 10 p.m. Eastern.
Welcome back. We're less than 10 full days into the year, which is already shaping up to be a monumental one in the world of media, with big mergers, CEO searches, and award season on the horizon. Joining us to discuss some of his boldest predictions for the year is Matt Belloni, one of the founding partners at Puck. Did I say it right, Matt? Welcome.
It's Belloni, but that's okay.
Belloni, I knew, as it came out, I was like, I don't think this is right. Even though we're already starting the year, it's, I think, exactly the right time to kind of check in on the, let's put it this way, predictions are a way of trying to understand the forces that are shaping our future. So, with that said, what are they? I mean, what jumps out to you? Should we start with WBD?
Sure, it's the biggest deal in Hollywood in many years. This is a potentially $80-something billion deal that Netflix thinks they have. They have a signed contract.
Look at that, guys. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. History in the making. My goodness. Those contracts are now out of here. I mean, they've been out of here, but they're now more out of here. All right, so 695 again. We're above it. New all-time high. Any high after this point, any high beyond this point is an all-time high. Any high beyond this point is an all-time high. So, all eyes. Sneak peek into next week. All eyes on the Qs. All eyes on the Qs. Can the Qs get above 630? Continue to accelerate for that last little piece to the upside. All right, that's the only thing lagging behind. Everything else hit all-time highs this week. Everything else, what I mean by that is IWM did it today. Dow kicked it off early on Wednesday. Okay, before that, it was making all-time highs on Monday as well. SPY joined the party this week. IWM joined the party today. Qs, all eyes on the Qs. Okay, all eyes on the Qs. Wow. So your 401ks are looking happy. All right, your 401ks are smiling, nice and bright green. IRAs, nice and bright green. Giveaway in 8 minutes for the game-changing. Okay, I see Clark. Ken. If you don't win the boot camp, purchase the boot camp. All right? Purchase the boot camp outright. But the information you're going to get in that boot camp, you're going to have to know. All right? You're going to have to know that information because we'll put you in position to capitalize off this. And it will also help you better understand the commentary. Okay, the commentary. We go over everything together. When I call certain things out, you'll have an understanding. When I say certain terminology, you'll have an understanding. Okay. And don't take that last those lottos. So the lottos, the idea sent to our group, guys. You'll be in the mix. It's just a matter of how do you want to enter. Lotto calls with a hold. 694.57. You will be in the mix. Okay, that's my job day to day. On top of course, training for myself as well. Secondary job is to put our team in position. Put our team in the position, okay? So for 6 minutes for the boot camp. 6 minutes for the boot camp. So far, we got all these names. If you don't see your name on the list, put your name in the chat. Ken, I do see you on the list. You're the last name. Purnell, I see you on the list as well. Your second last name. So 3 winners. 3 winners, guys. 3 winners. Right, we smashed 2,700 likes, 2,700 subs. Okay, 5 minutes. Wow, what a day, guys. What a day. It's a win-win. You get the commentary, you get the ideas, you learn something. We have a good time together. You get to win the boot camp. You're eligible to win something. That's the dangers of going long off of the top of the channel. Dangers of going long off the top of the channel. So let's go back to our, if you recall. Okay, so where's that natural low? Here. Okay, we continue to push. Those are the highs. This is the high. So what's our job now if you're a bull? All right, the dip buy is that higher low. So that last idea, you know where it came? Came off of these highs in conjunction with the EMAs. With the EMAs being secondary. Okay. EMAs are never primary. Okay. EMA is never primary. EMA is just further support. Further support your thesis, what you're looking for. Critical 695 test. 694 88. These highs. And that's support. So this channel support is being put under pressure. Does it hold that support? Does it not? We shall see. So names in the chat, guys. We'll do the giveaway here in just in a second, in 4 minutes. If you're a first-time viewer, welcome aboard. If you're a long-time viewer, take the next steps. Join our team. And I love to highlight our team because you guys don't see it, but they were once on YouTube just like you. Right, but they show up every day for weeks, for months, consistently. Consistently show up every day. And when the results start speaking for themselves, it makes sense. 1 + 1 is 2. All right, most of them trade 9:30 to 11:30. Okay, you can see right out the gate. Right out the gate. This was some of the chart requests we went over. Okay, who's the first one out the gate? Boom, right out the gate. Boom, MU. 30%. 25%. Right? You can ask questions as well. 15%. Minus 23%. Good risk management there. Take the losses well. %. SPY starting to bounce off that support. 90% on the SPY puts. That was on that initial drop off the morning. Minus 12%. One of our members, 2 for 2 today. 100% green. 5 trades on the week. That's 1 trade a day, guys. %. 3 trades, 2 red, 50%. 30%. 13%, 64%. 8.9% on the portfolio. This is all in one day. This is not over the week. This is all in one day. Minus 150 on the week. So nothing consequential, nothing you can't come back from. So when we take those losses, we take them reasonable losses. Okay. It's a nice bounce back from red. Right. Next day, no trades. Nice green. And slight pullback today. So tremendous job, guys. And you can see it all week. Just keep scrolling. You can even go to the archives. All right. So critical juncture here. See if we bounce. Okay. It's officially 3 p.m. Officially 3 p.m. There's going to be 3 winners. Okay, winners. When you do win, 3 of you will win. This is the instructions. Okay, follow these instructions carefully. All right. You need to send me a DM right after you win. All right, while I'm on the stream. Okay, while I'm on the stream, send me the DM. Very important that you do that. Okay, thank you. So very important that you do that. Send me that DM so I know it's you. I know that you won. Where are you going to send the DM? You can send the DM on YouTube, of course. That's a public platform. So join the free tier Discord, no strings attached. Send me a DM on Discord. Free tier Discord. Hey, my name is this. I won the giveaway. There will be 3 winners. Don't send me the DM tomorrow. It's too late. Don't send me the DM at 10 p.m. Okay? If I don't get a DM, right, there's no way I can give you your prize. Okay, there's no way I can reach out to you. All I just see is usernames. All right? Of course, if you're in our Discord already, nice little bounce there off support, key level. Are we surprised? You can just send me a DM anyway because we know we have that communication already. Okay? So you send the Discord in the DM if you win. That link is in the chat. All right? So let's get the giveaway going. Any last minute entries, put your names now. All right, put your names now. Last minute entries. All right, what we've been seeing is the person who enters last tends to win. Okay, I've been seeing that phenomenon. Maybe it's because of the way this thing is programmed, but who knows? So last minute entries, put your names in the chat or forever hold your peace. DM is a direct message. Direct message. DM is direct message. Okay. All right. Let's rock and roll. Okay. 3 giveaways. So we have the instructions. Spies make an all-time high. It's Friday afternoon. Power hour. January 9th. Eastern time. All right. So now let's get underway. 3 winners. So you got to have the instructions. Please follow the instructions and send the DM. If you can do it before the stream ends, the better. All right, because I have to go through a lot of DMs. All right. Okay, first winner. 3 winners. Boot camp is. I need to get a soundboard ASAP. First winner is. Drum roll. First winner is. Ralph is the first winner. So, Ralph, if you're in the chat, congratulations. So Ralph, send me a DM before the stream ends, before 3:30. If you can do that, let me just write your name down. Okay. Ralph, send me a DM. And there's a lot of people that are sending me DMs that didn't win. So Ralph, if you're in the chat, send me a DM. All right, so send me a DM and say I'm the first winner. I'm the first winner, Ralph. All right. And see you on Saturday, tomorrow, 11 o'clock Eastern for the boot camp. Second winner. Let's take out Ralph here. Second winner is Julietta. If I'm pronouncing names wrong, okay, forgive me. Julietta is the winner. Julietta, you are a member, so thank you for the support. I'm glad that you did win. Okay, second winner, Julietta. All right, same thing. Send me a DM. Julietta in the free tier Discord. Last but not least. Okay, there we go. Last but not least. Our OG member Lynn is the winner. So I won't put the name in on YouTube because she's already in our group. So Lynn, just send me a DM, of course. And those are our winners, guys. So on YouTube, the winners are Ralph, Julieta. DM as soon as possible. Lynn, already on our team, so just send me a DM. Okay. So I'm expecting DMs in the next few minutes. We're getting some DMs that are not the winners. Okay. Okay. Let me check my DMs real quick. Okay, got you, Ralph. So now in the DM, just give me your email. All right, email. Again, it's a DM, so it's private. Okay. Okay, good. Got you, Lynn. Email. I just got caught up in the DMs. Okay. Okay, I got you. Okay. Okay. Should we do one more? One more? Or no? I don't think you guys want to do one more. So we'll just wrap it up here. Or do we want to do one more? One more. We did hit 2,700 subs. I do appreciate the support. Did I close out the wheel? Who's down for one more? Thumbs up in the chat for one more on YouTube. One more. Close the wheel. Okay, here it is. Okay, memorize the names. Second winner. So, Julieta, is your name on Discord Amy? Or Amethyst? Again, if I'm not pronouncing things right, that's not intentional. Okay. Please confirm. One more or no more? So we're good, guys. We're good for the week. All-time highs. Next week, things should get interesting. Hopefully you guys learned something today. We had about 425 people join us today. That's awesome. That's you. Okay, just want to confirm. Okay, good. That's you. Just send me a DM, a private message. Okay. Send me a private message, Julieta, and your email, all right? Because I'm going to send the link through email. Okay, the link to the Google Meet through email. Just wanted to make sure. All right, if you're not in the free Discord, join. I'm thinking of phasing it out because there's not a lot of interaction in the free chat. The resources are there. The resources that are there are absolutely for free. Let's continue to build it. If we start building a free tier Discord, people start interacting, sharing ideas, I'll leave it open. If not, it's not worth the risk because some trolls, some people that are scammers are joining in and trying to take advantage of our people. And they want to keep tabs with what we got going on internally. Right? So I am aware of that. The larger we get, and we're disrupting the space. So we're not going to be liked. Okay, we're disrupting the space. And whatever comes with it, we'll deal with it. Okay? So keep in mind, we're disrupting the space. We're empowering traders on YouTube. Okay? And the way of learning is going to change. I'll leave it on that note. The way of just making pre-recorded videos and talking about levels, those are done. That's done. All right? Everyone should be live trading. Okay? President speaking.
As to which oil companies are going to go in that we're going to allow to go in. Going to cut a
President
deal with
speaking.
the companies. We'll probably do that today or very shortly thereafter with Chris and Doug. And we're dealing with the country, so we're empowered to make that deal. And you'll have total safety, total security. One of the reasons you couldn't go in is you had no guarantees, you had no security, but now you have total security. It's a whole different Venezuela, and Venezuela is going to be very successful. And the people of the United States are going to be big beneficiaries because we're going to be extracting, numbers of, in terms of oil, like, few people have ever seen, actually. So you're dealing with us directly. You're not dealing with Venezuela at all. We don't want you to deal with Venezuela. Let me thank Vice President J.D. Vance, who's doing a fantastic job. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, likewise, a fantastic job. I have good people. I like them better than my first group. But we had a great, despite that, we had a great first term. We had some great people there, too, by the way. Look, we had a great first term. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country in the first term, but this is blowing it away. And you haven't seen anything yet. Everyone's been shocked by the numbers, 5.4% GDP. And that's despite the fact that we were badly hurt by the Democrat shutdown, of which they'd like to see if they could shut it down again. Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum, who's fantastic. Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright, recommended by Doug as being the greatest oil man anywhere in the world, because I wanted Doug for that job, energy, and Doug said, no, sir, there's a man named Chris Wright. I said, who the hell is Chris Wright? He said he's the most talented oil man anywhere in the world. I doubt you can get him, because typically oil men make a...
We saw crude pumping this morning in the pre-market prep, if you guys recall.
You took one of the greatest salary cuts probably in history, Chris. Right? But he's a fantastic person, loves our country, and many other important members of this team. And I want to thank them for their efforts. As you know, last week, the United States Armed Forces performed one of the most spectacular military operations in American history, apprehending the outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro for his crimes against the United States, crimes for which he has now been indicted and is in federal court awaiting trial. And he killed many people, millions of people, actually, and allowed jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, drug dealers, drug addicts to pour into our country totally unchecked because of Sleepy Joe Biden's policy of open borders, the stupidest thing I've ever seen. We're getting them all out. The departure of Maduro makes it possible an incredible future for both nations, Venezuela and the United States, in which we will more closely integrate the economies of two major energy powers in the Western Hemisphere. Energy coming out of Venezuela was very small. One of the things the United States gets out of this will be even lower energy prices. We have people now getting gasoline for $1.99, $1.96, $1.95, $1.92 yesterday, somebody.
Drop in the chat your gas prices in your area. Gas prices in your area, drop it in the chat.
Think of that, $1.99. Decades ago, the United States built Venezuela's oil industry at tremendous expense with American skill, technology, know-how, and dollars. But those assets were stolen from us, and we had presidents who did nothing about it. This president is much different than your other presidents. They did nothing about it. They stole it. Some of the people in this room were a little bit younger when that happened, but not that much younger. It wasn't that long ago. But they stole our assets like we were babies, and the United States did absolutely nothing about it. So now we're doing everything about it. Now we're doing 500% about it, but it's a long time after the act took place. So they stole from us, and it was taken by socialists and communists at the time, and Venezuela was going bad, really bad. And as much oil as they have, they're producing almost nothing, which is just a system. So we're really, if you look at it, we're taking back what was taken from us. They took our oil industry. We built that entire oil industry. Started a long time ago, but they took it, and they were very ungracious to this country. But now they're being very nice. American companies will have the opportunity to rebuild Venezuela's rotting energy infrastructure.
We're going to continue to monitor those remarks from the president.
Okay. So we got $3 in DC. I don't remember the last time I looked at. Let me just check a look at the rates. Sometimes I don't. Some people use gas prices in the morning as a indicator to trade as well. So we're at 280. 280 here. So it looks like all under $3.
ExxonMobil.
One more giveaway. One more. I'm feeling a little generous. Let's do one more. So if you want to jump in for one more, I got to take out the people who won. All right. Lynn won. Put your name in the chat. 2 minutes. We'll do one more and then wrap it up for the week. All right. It's been a long week. If you're just jumping in for the first time, you have a lot of content to go through. Use each of those episodes from the day. All right. Pick your spots and try to see what SPY is doing at that particular time. So if you like to trade that opening range break, the commentary is provided during that time. So you can use the videos during that specific time, fast forward, as a way to include them to your back testing. All right. It literally takes you 20 minutes. You can take a look at how price played out throughout the entire week. So 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, 5 minutes there, right? And you can get a good feel how price interacted with the levels during the stream. What I like to do is I use the stream as a journal for myself as well. Selfishly, I can go back 2x speed, 3x speed, put it on mute. If you like the commentary, you can leave the commentary to see what I was thinking at a particular time, right? So that's how I do a film study, right? And if you have the time to record yourself trading your screen, that's a good thing to do as well. So when you're trading, on top of tracking, see if you can record your screen. All right? Even though you don't have commentary behind it, just to see if you can record your screen to see what you're thinking at that particular time. And you can start making adjustments on your execution, making adjustments on a few things just by watching where you participated. Okay, so again, thank you for tuning in this week. We had about 430 people stopping by. We continue to grow every single day. Average watch time, 38 minutes. So people are locking in, they're tuning in. So if you're still in the chat, and if you're not, if you're a little bit shy, if you have any questions, don't be shy. We don't have, if you notice, our chat is always supportive, even on YouTube, which is a public flat platform. There aren't too many trolls. There aren't people bothering other people. There's no scammers. There's none of that stuff going on. So again, feel comfortable. We're building a community on all fronts. Okay? On all fronts. On YouTube, in our private community, our SPY strikers, the ones who want to level up, make that commitment. Free tier on all angles. Okay? So if you do come in contact with this channel, encounter our channel, the objective is to get you better as a trader. That's it. Okay? Any questions? Any questions? Anyone looking to trade Power Hour? Be careful during that time. The last trade idea in that territory. 283 depending on the grade. 388. In blue states, our states raised our gas taxes at the start of the year. So North Carolina's purple state. Sometimes it's blue, sometimes it's red. It shifts back and forth. I think that's why it's a great state. It's a great state because it's right in the middle. It's a hybrid, right? Not too left, not too right, little right-ish, right? But perfect blend. So if you're planning to move, a lot of people are moving from the south, from the north to the south. If you don't want to go too south, North Carolina is a great state, if not the greatest state. Okay. Okay, nice little bounce off that territory. And once again, with this high risk lotto, taking far out the money, trying to make them double, triple it, far out the money. It's just lotto hour. All right. Lotto hour during this time. Any questions? 30 minutes away from the close. 30 minutes away from the close. We'll run this till 3:30, and then we'll wrap it up. I'll get myself prepared for the boot camp. Got a couple of things to take care of before that, and then we should be set, guys. So again, if you did win, I did receive your messages. If you want to do another giveaway, let me know. Okay, and you got to initiate the giveaway. One more giveaway. We can do it. We have the names. 334, 389. MD. Where is everyone joining us from? So we still have close to 30 people still on the chat on YouTube. So drop your state or country if you're international in the chat. We have folks from Michigan, a lot of people from the north, the south, the east, the west, even outside the country. And it's just cool to see the diversity of our group. So this thing continues. Things are going to be very interesting going into next week. Let's do a quick breakdown of SPY, end of week review, and then we'll wrap it up. We have DC in the chat. Looks like we got Maryland as well. Anyone joining us from Europe? All right, before we wrap up, we'll do one more giveaway, okay? Before we wrap up, we'll do one more. But before that, let's do our end of week summary. This chart, all done, and we'll close it out. Let's do our end of week summary, and I'll post this on the on YouTube. So I'll clip this out and post it. And so end of week discovery, my take on SPY. End of week, not discovery, end of week recap on SPY. And my take, go check out that last video on the channel. Beginning of the week, we talked about SPY, we laid out the scenario. Okay, so let's get that recorded real quick. We'll do one more giveaway, and then we'll wrap up. Orange County, California. If I was in Trinidad, I would tell them to start drilling right beside Venezuela. Yep. Trinidad and Tobago. Remember this diagram? Interesting. So let me just set up the chart. We'll do our quick end of week breakdown on SPY. We'll go over some of the levels, and then we'll do the giveaway, and then we'll wrap up. All right, we usually go into 1 o'clock. I wasn't planning to go all day, but we did it today. All right, try to give as much value as possible. Okay, so this is your end of week summary for SPY. We did see SPY make an all-time high multiple times this week. The first week of 2026, right out the gate, the market is roaring, firing on all cylinders. We can see first things first, we broke above this previous resistance. This resistance was critical because it was a previous all-time high. And with this resistance, we have a complicated relationship. Every time we make an all-time high, we break to the downside. First time, second time, third time, fourth time. The fourth time seemed to be the charm. We got above it. We held above it, came back, retested it, bounced, went hammer, pushed the upside after going 2 down, 2 up reversal. And now we made new all-time highs. So the close of today's price, the high of today's price, the highest point price reaches today, January 9th. That's going to be the new all-time high, and that's going to be the weekly upside breaker, and that's going to be the daily upside breaker going into Monday. As far as where can we go, we have 700 psychological level next. If we close above that 695 astronomical push, 695, right? 700 psychological level is next. As far as pullbacks, naturally that next pullback that's waiting for us is the 9 EMA along with these previous highs. If those two things can line up, that's a high confluence setup for a nice little pullback. If we can continue to push, say we gap up on Monday, try to get near that 700 psychological level. 695 retest can open up an opportunity intraday. But if I'm looking for a retest, right? I want to see that first tap of that 9, get some sort of price action combination along with this zone. So that healthy pullback is going to be if this 9 EMA starts trailing in, and we get that first test of that 9 with this level along with a price action combination, preferably a strat combination. We sell off a little bit, we come back into it, we go 2 down, 2 up, or 2 1, 2 off of that. That's a high probability setup back to the upside. What is that going to require? It's going to require some patience. That's going to require some patience for us to wait for that, because the ones who took the risk here are being compensated. The ones that took the risk here after that initial pullback, after making those all-time highs during the week of Christmas, they're getting compensated. So we are continuing to push, and all of our levels will be reset. All of our zones will be reset for next week. So this trend line is really holding. As steep as it is, it's holding. It's holding. We're respecting the 9. We're respecting the 20. We're respecting all those EMAs. So first test of that EMA, and that level is going to be on high watch next week if we do pull back. If we continue to accelerate, break above daily upside breaker, break above weekly upside breaker, break above the previous all-time high, will be a retest if we create separation, some decent separation away from it for at least a day. Okay? So that's what I'm paying attention to on the daily on SPY as we continue to ride that trend line to the upside. As far as SPY on the higher time frames, everything above the weekly, we are directional. The yearly, directional already. It only took us a week. Quarterly, bulls are in control. Buying. Daily, the weekly. So I should say monthly. After the quarterly is the monthly. Bulls are in control. Weekly, bulls are in control. So every time frame beyond the weekly, we're seeing buying. On the weekly, monthly, quarterly, yearly, all buying. So this thing is getting bought back up the upside. So intraday, we can see we continue to push on the 4-hour, right? We're going to need some sort of pullback, right? If you're looking to trade on Monday, make sure to join us on Monday, right? We can gap up, we can gap down. We don't know where this is going to go. But once we open up, we'll have a good idea of what levels we can use, okay? What levels we can use. So that level, which is that prior all-time high, 619.94, we blasted past it. So now we want to see that 695 eventually turns into some sort of support. Okay? Eventually. In the case we have a lot of strength, eventually that'll turn to support. If not, this might be where we start to taper and start pulling back slightly. All right? So pull back entries for some swings. You need to continue to wait. The ones who are getting paid are the ones who are in already. All right, no entry trigger unless you're confident playing the continuation. Continuation means we get some sort of, we open up here, we go inside on one of the days, we get that break, okay, of that inside, and we continue to push higher on the higher time frames. Or you wait for this weekly to get triggered and continue to push the upside. So I'm looking for, if I'm looking to make a nice position, a multi-day type of trade on SPY, I want to see some sort of pullback and then ride it back the upside. That's the only way. Everything else, my line of thinking is intraday. I preferably don't like the short SPY. Okay, as far as swings and leaps, right, I'm net bullish, bigger picture on SPY, so that's reserved for intraday activity. All right, so I'm not a big fan of taking puts. I can find puts on a different name unless there's a clear catalyst and all the time frames are aligning. All right, so this is as bullish as we can be. Bulls are in control. 3 all-time highs to kick off January. And the X factor is going to be Qs. The Dow made all-time highs. IW made all-time highs. The Qs are now starting to go. The Qs, the most important level next week on the Qs will be at 630. 630 will be the most important level on the Qs. Are we bouncing off that 9? Absolutely. Did we break this downward compression like we discussed? Absolutely. So the Qs are the laggard. We have this major gap we need to address, this gap down. We made a first attempt. We dropped. We rejected. So let's see if we can start building a base. All right, reclaiming this area, start building a base and working our way past that 630. Once we get to that 630, clean break of that 630, hold of that 630. If the Qs want to catch up, play catch up as all the rest of the indexes made all-time highs, have that push into 637.01, all-time highs on the Qs. So now if we break that down, what are the biggest names in the Qs that need to move? Take a look at NVIDIA. Take a look at Broadcom. Those need to start really moving. Okay? So going into next week, we do have some major catalyst on watch. All right? So you might want, you have to be aware of these catalysts because these catalysts will factor into what's going to happen. On Monday, we have nothing to kick off Monday unless we get some sort of catalyst over the weekend, a geopolitical catalyst. We have yellow folder to kick things off on Monday. Tuesday, we get right into it, CPI. Wednesday, PPI. Thursday, unemployment. All right, so jam-packed week next week. Okay, and preview into the week after next week, we have more PCE, we have PMI, and of course, at the end of the month, we have the FOMC rate decision. Okay, so a jam-packed January. We already made all-time highs. And let's see where things take place. Mark out your levels and look to take advantage of the best opportunities next week. Okay, so again, we'll pay attention. We'll wait for that. Let's do our giveaway, and then we will wrap up the stream. All right, so again, thank you for tuning in. Last winner, bonus, encore. Last winner is, make sure to send me a DM if you do win. Cynthia is the last winner. Cynthia, send me a DM on Discord. Okay. Cynthia, send me a DM on Discord. Send me a DM before 4 p.m. Okay. I'll be off the charts, away from my desk from that time. All right. Any questions? Any questions, guys? SPY, multiple all-time highs. This thing is a freight train. Freight train. Nothing can stop it at this point. Okay, if not, we're going to wrap it up here. Thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you found value. If you're looking to level up your trading, go to smartactiontrade.com. Join our community. Take advantage of the trial. 8 spots left. Upgrade to the yearly. Be in the free tier Discord. Bootcamp is tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern. All right. We shifted the start time to 11 a.m. Eastern. We're going to cover all this stuff. If you still want to join the bootcamp, if you didn't win, if you're counting on winning, if you didn't win, okay, make the investment yourself. Use the code LAST, 20% off. Join us for the last minute deal. All right. So thank you for tuning in, guys. It's been a phenomenal week. We went through a lot of things together. Hopefully you found value and you became better as a trader. Make the proper adjustments over the weekend. We'll see you guys first thing in the morning on Monday at 9:30 a.m. If you want to be part of our pre-market prep stream, you need to be in our Discord. All right? So have a great rest of your day. Have a safe weekend. Stay safe, and God bless each one of you.
Tired of wasting hours staring
Any
at charts,
questions?
over analyzing trades,
Yeah, 11
and
a.m.
still
11
ending
a.m.
the
is the
day
boot
with
camp. All in.
inconsistent results? You're not alone.
11 a.m.
That's exactly why the Spy Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the Spy Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a Spy Striker today, and take your trading to the next level.
These healthcare names that are breaking out and really coming out of these massive base formations that have sustainability.
A couple other things before I let you go. Bitcoin, even in a risk-on tape, isn't doing that great. Now maybe that's because the Nasdaq isn't doing as well as the others. I'm not sure. You can tell me what the charts tell you there. What do you think that's about?
It's a good question what it's about. I'm not in the narrative business, so I'm not sure what it's about, because certainly gold, if you're talking about digital gold, gold still acts well, silver acts well, all these kind of quote-unquote stores of value act well. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there, but it does not look good. The trend changed in our view. There is resistance at 100,000. We got oversold. It kind of bounced. I mean, it gave us about what we'd expect. We thought it'd be a little bit more, but just the tepidness of that bounce tells us that there's more underlying pressure there. I think we're going to see probably 65,000, something like that in Bitcoin before the
their dreams this winter. What is it that makes an SUV extraordinary?
Is it the capability to tackle absurd obstacles? Or the hybrid engine that goes for miles and miles? What if it's all of that and more?
It's the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals.
Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment, my way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for Weekend Away Steve.
It's travel ready and can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans. Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment my way.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Is this the episode with the breakdown? Reba, we can't agree on the house. Y'all need Realtor.com. With over 500,000 new listings every month, you can find the one today. This could be it. Better put a key ring on it. Realtor.com.
It's about political points. It's terrible. Politics seeps into everything.
What do you mean? Talk about climate change or the economy or, of course, elections.
You can't find out what we should really expect to happen.
But of course you can.
Go to IBKR's Forecast Trader.
Put your money where your mouth is.
Breaking earnings news. JP Morgan Chase, Delta, Bank of America, Citigroup. Market reaction, expert analysis, strategies for your portfolio. All next week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus. Warren Buffett, America's greatest investor, on business, philanthropy, and life. Becky Quick with never-before-seen interviews. Warren Buffett, A Life and Legacy, a 2-hour event, Tuesday, 7 Eastern, CNBC.
All right, we're back. Should you lean in even more to this record-setting market? That's surely a question our next guest is getting from his clients. Richard Saperstein is the founding principal and CIO of Treasury Partners and one of this country's top financial advisors. He is here, as you see at Post 9. What are you telling them? They ask you that question. What do you say?
Yes, we're in a CapEx super cycle. We've got $350 billion of tax cuts. The Fed is accommodative. It's adding to its balance sheet. The overall landscape for owning common stocks is absolutely tremendous right now.
Okay. That being said, you have been firm when I have asked you before about where to lean in this market. You have made the case repeatedly, including the last time we were together. Mega caps, mega caps, mega caps, and plays that are into the AI area, like Vistra, right? Yep. Which you've been in a long time. The market seems to be voting in the early part of this year that this is, at least for right now, in almost everything but tech rally. Now, how do you assess that?
So within the context of our portfolio, let's call it 20 stocks, 18 stocks, we have...
Pretty concentrated.
We're very concentrated. So in that context, we have banks, so financial intermediaries, and we added some drugs recently. Okay. But I think if you look at why we're overweight large cap tech, in the last 5 years, earnings are up 270%.
Oh, yeah.
All right. But the rest of the market is just 49%. Now, why would I try to tack away from that earnings growth where 3 hyperscalers...
to outpace most of the other parts of the market.
Yeah.
However, the catch-up can be quite dramatic. What was a lackluster level of earnings growth from the 493, or parts of it, can be dramatic. And that's why those stocks can have such a big comeback as to why the market maybe has the makeup that it does. Does that make sense?
Yeah, there are names that one can look at right now because that's what's worked.
What do I do with financials, for example? How do they fall in your perspective and something like that?
They benefit from a recovering economy, increased loan growth, deregulation, the whole story. Plus, we think the yield curve could steepen this year, where the Fed will cut rates, we'll get a little bit of a concern on inflation, you'll have the 10-year move a little bit higher, and that'll benefit the financials. We own JP Morgan, Bank of America, and Wells Fargo. You could also look at right here the intermediaries, KKR, APO, OWL.
Why don't you own Goldman Sachs?
We do own Goldman.
Oh, you own Goldman. You just forgot to mention that?
Yeah, forgot.
You forgot the best one of the year so far?
Yeah, we've owned that for a long time.
Yeah, I can pull it out of you. I'm like a dentist
I should
over
come
here.
in here with a list.
For real. I mean, what's the risk then? You laid out a bullish case at the very beginning. I just had this conversation with the professor and Jack of JPM and Steph, of course. And Steph said the Fed is the one risk that she would be worried about, that they don't ease enough. What do you think?
No, I don't think we need easing for the market to go higher. My concern is what happened this week, where we take out a leader of a country, then we tell the defense industry no dividends or return of capital, and we tell institutional investors you can't buy homes. I mean, that is interspersing with, American capitalism. And I think
so you're worried about that?
Well, that's a tail risk event. I think it'll self-correct if the market actually recognizes it and says, hey, we don't like that intrusion in the capital markets. But
who's going to say that?
Well, the market should really sell off on that news. Historically, that would be a bad thing for stocks. And so it didn't happen this week. There's a free pass. We'll see how it continues.
Well, I mean, it didn't happen really because when you tell defense companies you buybacks, but then raise the budget. An hour later, you want to raise the budget for the companies. Obviously, they're going to go more towards raise the budget than they are towards can't buy back stock.
Right. It's a good story. We'll taketh and then we'll giveth, right? But the fact is that the markets, the overall landscape for investing is very strong right now. And that's what the market's really signaling.
I want to ask you one more question about the idea of whether free market capitalism is being... we asked a question yesterday with Walt Isaacson whether free market capitalism as we knew it is dead because of those issues, telling companies what they can do. The chief executive of the country meddling in the business of corporate America and into the boardroom in a way that we're just not used to seeing. And how that might influence how CEOs might behave in the future, the kinds of decisions they would make, the amount of returned capital that companies may see, that you may see as an investor. I mean, are you thinking about changing the way you view this whole idea of investing in this narrative?
No, because we have a very pro-business administration. Think about the ease of permitting that'll impact oil companies, the deregulation, the more moderate touch of the FCC or regulatory concerns. So I think there's a lot of positives we have to look at, but clearly it's going to impact capitalism, stocks. It's not changing how we invest, okay? But I think it's very important to understand that this administration is pro-business. The overall stock market will benefit from that.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Rich, thanks. We'll talk to you soon. That's Richard Saperstein.
Thank you.
Back here with us at Post 9. Up next, housing stocks. They're higher in today's session. We'll talk about what is driving that action coming up in the zone.
How to beat Roy Masuka. Step 1. Fire up the afterburners. Step 2. If it's shreddable, shred it. Step 3. Set records before you're old enough to rent a car. That's how to become one of the fastest alpine skiers in the world. And if all that speed makes your head spin, maybe just watch Lauren and the rest of the Stifel U.S. ski team chase their dreams this winter.
HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. PDS Biotechnology is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer. PDS Biotechnology.
This is the year your hair stops holding you back. You'll ditch the hat and go on that date. You're still nervous. It's just not about your hairline. This shift comes from sticking with a routine that works from the inside out. Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com/med.
Do you want to be on CNBC's Disruptor 50 list?
it's a low maintenance product and it's resistant to the weather. It's something that's going to be here for a very long time. TimberTech, it's everything wood should be for docks.
At your next big event, everything needs to feel just right. From the presentation to the products, 4Imprint provides outstanding branded gear, guaranteed to show up sharp and right on time. Visit 4imprint.com.
4Imprint for certain.
This is a story about the one. The one who looks to Grainger to make sparks fly. Getting it done right is a craft. It takes experience, the right material, and the right partner like Grainger, with a wide range of professional-grade products. For the one, working hard means others can play even harder. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call Harper?
We actually sold the twins' naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Very lucrative.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
Hey, everybody, gotta get someone off my chest real quick. Gotta find a therapist who really listens to what I have to say.
Buddy, look on ZocDoc, 15, 10, 20 therapists, including a guy right here. Don't just listen, really makes you feel like you're being heard.
So, you've got options. Download the ZocDoc app today.
Tap into the data you need to see the market your way. Introducing the new Power E-Trade Pro, your ultimate desktop trading platform. It gives savvy traders like you nearly unlimited customization with up to 120 tools across 6 workspaces, plus automatic pattern recognition and education built right into the charts. Finally, a platform that thinks like you, from the original place to trade online.
The Market Zone is sponsored by E-Trade for Morgan Stanley. Try the new Power E-Trade Pro today.
We're now closing the Market Zone. CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli and Neuberger Berman, Shannon Sakosha. They are here to break down these crucial moments of the trading day. Plus, Pippa Stevens tells us what's behind the bounce in nuclear names today. And Diana Olick is tracking the action in housing stocks as well. But Michael, I'll come to you. So, closer to 7,000, closer to 50K than 49 on the Dow.
Yes. I mean, the market continues to sort of answer. I wouldn't say there's a lot of skeptics out there, but this idea that it was over-relying on one particular sector or theme than another, it's not really costing this market on a day when you had the cyclical leadership just sort of cool off a little bit. Maybe it's a little bit fatigued. It didn't get every signal it wanted from the jobs report and any Supreme Court tariff decision, and all of a sudden the big cap techs that have been resting take the floor. I do think we're at a moment now. We've come strong out of the gate. It's time to see whether we're going to get into kind of late cycle overheat mode, or if optimism is going to get a little bit too excessive in the near term. But otherwise, the market's actual behavior isn't giving you much to worry about.
All right, Pippa, tell us about nuclear.
Well, Scott, Oklo and Vistra are jumping after inking deals with Meta to power the tech giant's data centers. Now, Vistra owns commercial-scale nuclear reactors, and under the 20-year agreement will sell power to Meta with financial backing, extending the lifespan and increasing power output at Pennsylvania and Ohio plants. The agreement with Oklo and privately held TerraPower will help the companies develop their small modular reactors. This is just the latest in a string of deals between big tech and nuclear as hyperscalers look for emissions-free power for data centers. And the announcement is lifting other power producers like Constellation and Talon, as well as SMR developer NewScale Power. Scott?
Okay, Pippa, thank you. Diana, on housing, tell us more.
Well, look, the average rate on the popular 30-year fixed mortgage dropped sharply, 22 basis points to 5.99%, and it hasn't been that low since the start of February 2023, according to Mortgage News Daily. Now, this came after President Trump posted on social media late yesterday that he is instructing mortgage giants Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac to buy $200 billion worth of mortgage-backed bonds. So it's the so-called MBS. Now, that gave stocks in the residential housing sector a big boost. The home building ETF ITB up over 6%. That includes names like Lennar, Pulte, and D.R. Horton. But even home remodeling names like Sherwin-Williams, Home Depot, and Lowe's. And take a look at Open, which will buy your home from you directly. It's been super volatile lately, but a big lift on that today. We're already seeing some MBS pull back a little bit from this morning. And again, we still don't have any idea when and how this bond buying will actually happen. Back to you.
All right, Diana, thank you very much for that. All right, Shan, sum up this week. We're obviously obviously off to a good start, okay? Week to date, the Russell's up near 5%. That's a stunning move in and of itself in the first week of the year, but it's been pretty broad.
Yeah, the enthusiasm that we're seeing across the market, Scott, I think is indicative of this expectation of re-accelerating growth. We had obviously a payroll miss today, but this low hiring, low firing environment. And the fact of the matter is that if you're looking at expanding out into these other sectors, looking at the areas where we're anticipating accelerating earnings growth into 2026, there's a lot of places to play that aren't quite as heavily valued or expensive as large cap tech. I heard your prior guest comments, and I think the one thing we really have to remind ourselves of is that there's plenty to potentially upset the momentum and trend here. But I think the important things that the market is based on right now, it's not based on a Fed cut in January. It's not necessarily based on this catalyst of tax cuts and tax refunds that are coming in April. There really is fundamental economic momentum that's driving this broadening out and is less of a valuation or a mean reversion trade than some of the head fakes we saw last year.
What about next week? We got earnings coming up late in the week, and we've been making the case here. Okay, you want all these other areas of the market to do well, and you want them to continue to do well. Well, they better meet the moment. They better live up to the hype.
Yeah, I think the one thing that we're really looking at, Scott, is again, we're not going to argue that there could be, from an absolute perspective, still strong earnings growth in mega cap tech. Actually, that would be great for the market. But what we're anticipating is, as we're looking at S&P 500 expectations, if you're thinking about high single digit, low double digit for other sectors, financials have been on fire, absolutely. But if you look at the potential for improvement in healthcare, for instance, the managed care companies getting a lid on their medical loss ratios, for instance. If you look at industrials and some of the enthusiasm around not only AI, but also kind of cyclical rebirth, if you will, and CapEx, I think that there are going to be some really good signs, not just from an earnings perspective, but also from a sentiment and messaging perspective in the guidance for the second half of the year.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Mike?
I think it all makes sense. I mostly just get uncomfortable when there seems to be an excess of certainty or perceived certainty. And it doesn't mean that something definitely is going to go wrong. But if you just look back to last January, we were in a similar mode. We were all guns blazing, had been since the start of the year. And then DeepSeek comes along, and that morphs into this funky momentum unwind that all of a sudden turns into a financial tightening because of the tariffs, and then it's a recession scare. I don't expect any of that happening, but the stage being set for adverse surprise is everybody thinks there's no way but the best way possible for us to turn out.
You think it's just a matter of time before money starts flowing back to the mega caps? I mean, are we kidding ourselves here?
I think it could be one of those deals where it ends up being kind of like there's a pressure valve, and when they get overheated, it can go elsewhere. I think the best case scenario is what happened last year, which is most of the value is added by mega caps. The index benefits a lot from that, but a majority of stocks at least participate. Now, last year, you had a very small minority of stocks beat the S&P 500, but most stocks were up. So I still think you could have maybe the inverse version of that, where mega cap lags a little bit, but most stocks can capitalize on a better earnings picture. But I don't think this bull market is going to just pass the baton to non-tech, and it's going to be up and away on the index level. Usually, the theme that got you here 3 years in is the one that's got to finish you out.
You believe that, Shan? I mean, that seems to make perfect sense, right? I mean, who are we kidding here? That if this looks to be the so-called everything rally, then everything is going to rally. Will mega caps lag a little bit? Okay, I can believe that. But you want to tell me that they're going to dramatically underperform? I don't know if I'm willing to go there.
Well, and I don't think you should if you actually believe in this accelerating growth story. I mean, why would there not be, some of that going towards continued AI CapEx and free cash flow generation for these mega cap tech companies? Scott, I think what's most important is the dispersion. Not all of these tech companies are going to benefit, just like in other sectors we're not going to see that. That dispersion is going to be really
2% for the major averages, but look at the Russell small caps, up almost 5%. We'll say 4.6%. And that performance amid heightened geopolitical tensions as we started this trading week with a raid in Venezuela. What a week it has been. Materials, utilities, consumer discretionary, those were among the best sectors today. The home builders driving discretionary higher. The best week in about a year for home building ETFs. This as President Trump turned his focus to housing in recent days. The latest effort focusing on bringing mortgage rates down by buying mortgage bonds through the GSEs. For today, it's working. 30-year fixed rate falling below 6% according to Mortgage News Daily. That's the lowest in almost 3 years.
Well, that's the scorecard on Wall Street, but winners stay late. Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime. I'm John Fort alongside Morgan Brennan, and oil rising another 2%.